Sound check. Hello, hello. Oh, who's there? Somebody say hi. Hello. Can you hear me? Will, can you hear me? Can you hear me all right? Hello. Welcome, welcome. Okay, good. Sound seems to be all right then. So while people are showing up, let me just preface this live stream by saying that there may be an incoming storm, which could cut signal, or I'm also on call. A friend of mine got hurt real bad, had an emergency situation, and I was able to save his life, but the damage to his brain and body is pretty extensive, and I'm helping out his wife, and so I'm kind of at her call when she needs certain things. So for either of those reasons, I can foresee that I may have to end this live stream at some point. Don't know how long it'll be, but let's just make of it what we can. This live stream is the Super Greens live stream. It's so dark it almost doesn't look green, but it is. Tons of chlorophyll in here. This is a daily blood vitality infusion my wife makes. This one has collard greens, stinging nettle, tropical stinging nettle, gotu kola, and celery. All grown here. And sometimes it has chanca pH or a few other things in it, but those are kind of the base for it. Thought I'd show you guys a tropical stinging nettle leaf. Maybe that can be the thumbnail, huh? Way bigger than my head, and I got a big head. Pretty cool, huh? Come on, Algo. Snap a picture. Make this the thumbnail. Yeah. That's one tropical stinging nettle leaf. And it's trying to poke holes in my hand as I hold it. There's therapies that healers use with these tropical stinging nettle leaves where they slap it all over a body on bare skin, and then it brings up these little bumps from irritation. And then you can like scrub those hard and use hot and cold water therapy back and forth and get those bumps to actually like release. I don't know, it's like pus kind of looking stuff, but it like cleans out the lymphatic system really strongly. There's some amazing therapies using stinging nettle. A friend of mine was telling me some stuff about it recently. A natural healer. Showing me some of the amazing therapies. So anyway, I'm going to slam my green drink here. Yeah. Cheers. Yeah. Chlorophyll and a bunch of other things. Oh, man. Thank you, friends. Sound is good. That's good. How does it taste? Not bad. It's surprisingly mild considering all that green in it. It does have a mild, almost like a grassy taste to it, but it's pretty mild. It's not bad. And if you wanted to put a touch of stevia in it or something, you could make it taste real nice. But it tastes pretty good the way it is. I don't drink anything with it for absorption. You know, when you juice, and you don't have to have a fancy juicer, you can do this with a normal blender and then just strain it. But when you juice raw greens, you're basically you're breaking all the cellulose out of the way. So basically, they become super absorbable. I mean, that is like, I don't juice fruit because I don't want the sugar spike. I don't really see the point. Just eat the fruit. But when it comes to greens, there's some different things you can do with them. Like if you cook greens lightly, the cellulose breaks down and then you can absorb it all a lot better. Now, in the cooking process, you lose a lot of enzymes, you lose some of the vitamins, but you make all the minerals and calories more absorbable. So that's one way to use greens. But if you want all the benefits of the raw, like the electrons and the enzymes and this and that, like this thing I just drank, simply by blending it and straining out the juice, it gets really digestible, you know, and you feel it. And yes, this is usually the first thing we consume around here on a given day. It's a great way to start. We are doing well. I hope you're doing well too, friend. How many kW is your solar setup? Kilowatts? Hey, Natalie, how many kilowatts is our solar system? How many kilowatts is our solar system? She's going to go look it up. We've made some changes to it over time. So before I say something non-accurate, let's see if she can go calculate it. Yeah, any stinging nettle variety. It basically all has the same medicine. I remember seeing the North American kind. It's much smaller. Same kind of plant, has the little spikes and stuff. The tropical one's just huge. It's like prehistoric and big old long spikes on it. So it's just like more mass, basically. But I think all the medicine's essentially the same. Yeah. I've done lemon water in the past, and I will again. Our lemon trees are not quite mature enough to be making lemons yet, but they're getting close. I love lemons, so yeah, that's a good way to start the day too. Yeah, it's a big leaf, right? And there's bigger ones than that. You know, I've seen tropical stinging leaves that are like 2 feet long or something, you know, huge. In the bush or the plant, we have a lot of them here. I kind of cleared space to help them grow more in a certain valley we have here, but some of those plants are 10, 12 feet tall, you know, just big. They got, you know, the stalk on it's like this thick, big spikes on it everywhere. They're impressive. You got whipped on the back, or Ortega? Yeah, yeah. That's what they call it, huh? You've done it. Interesting. That's cool. In the last live stream, I was talking about pasteurized milk is denatured and no good. And now you're asking about other products like kefir, cheese and yogurt. You know, I'm not for sure. I know that yogurt has some advantages for some people, the probiotics. They should not be putting fruit in it. It's crazy. But just as far as the yogurt itself, it has some benefits to some people. So I'm not going to poo poo that one. Kefir, I'm not an expert on, but I think it has maybe some applications for some people. And see, guys, I'm not a dairy expert. Maybe somebody knows. Can you make those products without first pasteurizing it? I would think so, right? So all I know is that would be superior, if so. if you can make these other products. And I know you can make cheese without pasteurizing milk. People did that for ages, you know. So I'm not sure about those secondary products. I just know that the pasteurization process denatures the proteins and it turns the slower carbs into fast carbs like cooked sugar, which basically glycates tissue in the body, glycates organs and muscles and tendons. And instead of making everything stronger now, it's actually making things weaker in the body because of that, because of the way it's denatured by being cooked. You know, warm milk would be fine if you know, some people say it's better to drink it warm. If you took like raw milk and just warmed it up, that'd be fine. But the way they cook it, and then also the way they homogenize it, which is probably not as bad as the pasteurization part, but it also further denatures it. I think homogenization or whatever is where they like use like a giant piston type mechanism to shove all the milk through these really tiny holes to like break it into smaller particles or something. I don't know. It's weird, but it's very denatured and it causes a lot of problems. Strong drug addiction, your friend? Yeah. You know, it comes down to like, what is the trauma? You know, what is the root cause of why what are they escaping from, basically, by putting themselves in an altered state through whichever drugs? You know, a person needs healing from their inner child or whatever it is, really. It's angry or hurting or afraid or frustrated or hopeless or, you know, whatever it is. But it's the root of what a person's running from that needs to be addressed. And if a person goes through any kind of real healing, then it's easy to quit the drugs. It's not so much, I mean, I know sometimes there's physical withdrawals, but a person whose root cause for the drug addiction is actually healed and addressed, you know, they'll be able to go through the physical withdrawals like nothing. It's, and this is not easy because sometimes a person, I know from experience, sometimes it's difficult to figure out to accurately see what your own traumas and issues really are, you know, and then to figure out what you're supposed to do to heal them. But to me, in an affluent society, you know, like a utopian society, instead of just being like, oh, you got to stop drugs, let's like tie him up and make him detox, or, I mean, you can do whatever you want, but it doesn't really fix anything. You know, you got to address the root issue of what what about their normal brain chemistry and their normal body chemistry and their normal emotional chemistry is it that they're desperately seeking to stay away from all the time? And where does that come from? You got a bad case of food poisoning last week. Any advice for gut health? Yeah, lots of advice for gut health. Hey, real quick though about food poisoning, the best thing I've ever used is activated charcoal. I don't know if you did or if you know that, but a few times when I've ingested things that were really hurting me, and I've seen a lot of other people do this successfully, quickly. So keep it on hand, you know, have it available, and quickly consume a bunch of activated charcoal, and it'll soak up whatever's hurting you into itself and then help you pass it through without further absorbing whatever's poisoning you. It's really good for that. It's like a sponge for anything nasty in your gut. No, I'm not Muslim. Not any religion. Near infrared panels help with lack of sunlight. Well, I don't know for sure all the health implications, but I know they work for testosterone increase when you use them on your testicles. So that means they're at least getting some of the spectrum of what the sun does. I can, you know, deductively reason that they're at least doing some. So you would know more than me. You've probably looked into some of the research if you're considering that. Because I went somewhere tropical, I haven't been doing any research on alternative lighting methods. Dendriosnide exorciza, Laportia gigas. Okay. Probably answering somebody else with that. Lion's mane, yes. My wife got me some back in the day. I think I remember enjoying it, feeling better, good well-being from it. Seemed like a nice herb. Yeah, some of the, I know mushrooms is a weird topic because you don't want to be screwing around and take the wrong mushroom, that's for sure. But the ones that really are tonic or adaptogenic herbs, I've used probably 3 or 4 types of mushrooms like that in my life, and they all had nice positive effects. I could feel the well-being improvement throughout my body, even brain chemistry and stuff. So that's really nice when something's tuning your system like that. Helps everything. Any adaptogenic herb makes everything in life more doable, makes it all easier because it aligns your energies better. It's amazing how out of alignment a person doesn't know they are, I mean, you may suspect, and if it's bad enough, but a lot of people would think, no, I'm fine. But then you take a certain adaptogenic herb and you feel so much better and you realize, wow, my systems could be running a lot more efficiently and more in tune. What I thought was good was maybe okay, but there's a lot higher levels of vitality and harmony that's possible in a system of many organs and glands and communicating life forms, basically, your cells. Yeah, activated charcoal can save you a lot of suffering with food poisoning. Anybody I've seen try it, it's always worked, and pretty quickly too. Battling the winter blues. Well, I remember being sort of stuck indoors, when it's like blizzarding and cold, and I was living in the city and there was nothing to go outside for really for long periods sometimes. I got really into bodybuilding and researching stuff and just focused on things I could do indoors, You need something that you have an authentic passion for to apply yourself to. And, you can get so into something that you don't even notice winter passed. And it's like, whoa, it's summer. I can go outside now. That's what always helps me, finding something I consider important to apply myself to, Because then you have something to be excited about and it's not based on weather, You're worried about applying too much oil to the scalp? I went heavy. I got a lot of criticism. Everybody that had never done what I was doing, so of course didn't know what they were talking about. They all told me, "Oh, you're an idiot. You're killing all your hair follicles. You're just suffocating them in oil." But I went with my instincts, and it was heavy application for a couple years there, and it worked. The hair grew back. So I'm not saying you have to go real heavy if you feel like lightening it up. Just make sure that there's some oil touching your hair follicles, whether it's thick or thin, because you can only jam so much oil into those follicles anyway. But I wasn't afraid to go heavy. So I wouldn't overthink it if you feel like, reducing a little. Just make sure you're getting the coverage on the area where you want it. You built a nutrition stack, liposomal vitamin C, go-to cola, magnesium, D3, K2. You've been feeling way better. Purple veins are starting to fade. Nice. Those purple veins probably are what they call that. Oh man, it skipped my mind. I haven't said that term in a while. Varicose veins, maybe, where a small vein got too weak and it expanded at some point, And of course, the liposomal vitamin C and the Go-To Cola really are really going to help strengthen up all those little veins, and it should tighten them up. It's cool that you're already seeing progress, but just think about the implications inside the body. You know how many people eventually have a stroke, which is, or not a stroke, an aneurysm, right? Where a vessel in the brain stretches too far and bulges, even breaks, and then you die, you know, usually. So anywhere throughout your body where veins and vessels are getting weak, it's not a good thing, you know. So what you're doing is really good. What you're doing is really good. Bulletproofing your blood pathways. Yeah, we forage in the jungle. Yeah, we found Chonka and we found the stinging nettle, and we found like various food trees on this property, either from people that owned it in the distant past and had planted things, or, you know, birds flying around in the tropics, dropping little doo-doos with seeds from this and that, you know, and eventually becomes a tree. Yautia or something like that, like a wild sweet potato. We found chayote, pumpkin, squash, lychee, you know, bread nut. A lot of discoveries. I have to sit down for a while and try to write them out to think of them all. But, you know, when we bought the property, we were aware of some of the things that were here that, like, our real estate agent friend showed us. And that was great. But there's a whole lot they weren't aware of, and it's largely untamed property. I mean, the jungle is so thick and intense, especially on a mountain. I have not set foot on most of my own property, to be honest with you guys, partially because I've been so busy cultivating what we are and doing a bunch of different jobs. But every time we explore a little further, and my wife is really good at spotting things and learning to recognize what a certain leaf means or what family it's in, we're always discovering more stuff here, growing on the ground and growing in trees. And it's really impressive. And the truth is, we're barely scratching the surface. If you study herbology based on the tropics more and more, you realize almost everything out there you see growing is either a food or a medicine. Some of it you have to prepare it a certain way, like yucca, or not yucca, but what do they call it? Malanga, and a couple other things that grow here. I don't know how to cook it right, and I hurt myself really bad eating it undercooked. It burnt the whole inside of my mouth and throat so bad. It was covered in blisters. I couldn't sleep. I couldn't swallow. I couldn't talk. It was brutal. So you learn some interesting lessons, but almost everything you see in a jungle, if you knew how, there's a way to use it for a medicine or a food. And some of it's profoundly beneficial. Like the Chonka piedra used to just look like some random weed. Now we recognize it because we've used it a lot, and it's growing wild all around here. We got purslane growing wild, which has omega-3s. But like that Chonka piedra is the best remover of kidney and gallstones of anything I've ever tried or been aware of. It's potent. It's powerful. It has a bunch of other healthy effects too. And it's just a weed growing all around us here. 13.5 kilowatts?
Yeah, but I can't find the second edition. So
you can't find the what?
Well, we added more.
Oh, so it's more than that.
It might be.
So we don't know. We don't know our own solar system. It used to be 13.5, but then we added quite a bit more than that. I'm guessing it's closer to 20, honestly. Nice. I'm glad that stack is working so well for you. Oh, for climbing coconut trees? You know, I'm not sure what gear to get. I've been doing it the dangerous way. And I was thinking of looking into that at some point myself. Because if you're going to do it a lot, you should invest in something that's well reviewed, that makes it simple and safe. So I'm not sure, friend. I haven't got around to really research and deciding what I'm looking for yet when it comes to that. Any opinions on floor sleeping and barefoot shoes? Yeah, those are good things, you know. I've done both. Well, I never really had the barefoot shoes, but I make sure to jog and walk and run sometimes barefoot. A lot of benefits from that. One, I can run better, move better. I think it coordinates the whole body better. And I slept on the floor. I remember having a lot more vivid dreams, lucid dreams. I even had some astral projections. I'm not sure if sleeping on the floor was increasing the number of those, but a lot of things happened when I slept on a hard floor. Do I do eyesight exercises? Not really on a regular basis, but one thing I do instinctively is when I'm sitting somewhere where there's a view I can see for distance, like miles, like on our balcony over here, I can look for miles across some mountains. And when I find myself in a place like that, I like to practice focusing on things far away for a while, because most of life when you're busy, you're doing stuff close. I'm using my hands, I'm working with this and that. You know, I'm always looking at things up close. So I figure when you get the chance to practice coordinating your brain and your eyes to focus in on things at a great distance, I like to do that. And I notice that as I'm sitting there doing it, it does get a little clearer. So the brain is adjusting something in the eyes. I figure that's pretty wise to counterbalance the fact that most things people are busy doing, you're looking at it up close all the time. What's up, Shifu? The jungle goblin is back, yes. Yeah, I can climb a coconut tree, and I'm still awkward at it. The tricky part is the way coconuts come off the tree. Trying to get yourself held up in there in that area to like chop them off. It's really awkward, but it's doable. But I think if you were going to do it on a larger scale and more often, a couple simple pieces of equipment would probably be a good investment.
It's 13.5.
Okay, thanks, honey. Acerola. I don't. Geez, which type of cherry do we have? I don't think it's Acerola. I'm not sure. We have a really good exotic cherry tree here. Multiple. They're all the same breed. I'm trying to remember. No, I think it's Suriname. We have Suriname. I don't think I have Acerola. I had one tiny treeling sprout thing going for a while, but we lost it. I'll probably get another chance, though. It is around. People have it around here, so I'll probably find it again. How's it going, brother? Your wife and baby developed eczema since moving to the U.S. Well, it's got to do with the gut lining and the lymph system. If you guys had to use certain vaccines when you moved to the U.S., that would directly correlate with where the eczema came from. Vaccines and or antibiotics would usually cause disruption to the gut lining. Well, always with antibiotics. If you ever take antibiotics, you wipe out your gut flora, and then candida is like a cockroach. It won't die. And now that it's got nothing to compete with in the gut lining, it takes over, it breeds out of control, and it actually eats holes through your gut lining. And then the junk that's in your gut starts leaking into your bloodstream and your lymphatic system, and eventually makes it clear to the surface of your body. And it's called eczema at that point. What you're seeing on the surface came all the way from the deepest part. It came all the way from inside the intestines, and it's leaked through the rest of the body now. So to regenerate the gut lining, you need to, glutamine, vitamin C, Go-To Cola, those all help. Cultivate a healthy gut biome using a lot of positive probiotics. Therefore, you'll build back an immune system. And if you can avoid taking antibiotics, you won't wipe it out again, and you won't have to start this process over. But this is absolutely rampant because of the way so-called medicine does everything. Almost everybody in the modern world has leaky gut and all the, the brain fog and the polluted lymphatic system. And they're just cutting out lymph nodes, which you need for your immune system, because most of the immune system starts in the gut. So those are all good rabbit holes to look into right there. There's an absolute massive amount of people's health problems that they don't think are related to that they could cure just by fixing their gut, repopulating it with a healthy gut flora, and then having a real immune system and a gut that's not leaking. That would put a huge percent of the pharmacopoeia sorcerers out of business right there. That's why it's, not something that's promoted or talked about or people are educated about. But those are good rabbit holes to look into. My thoughts on nuts and seeds, they're great. I love them. It's an awesome food group with a lot of value in it. Okay. Animals where we live. The first thing you notice when you come here is a lot of types of reptiles. There's big iguanas running around and these little anole lizards that come in all shapes and sizes that are crazy brave. They'll like jump on you and run around on you and stuff. A lot of nice birds, frogs. There's like an ambient symphony every night on this property. And the bugs are terrifying and huge. Ugh. I was digging in the ground yesterday with my hands to plant sunflower seeds, and came across this centipede, big red thing. They're like this long. I've heard their bite is really painful, and I accidentally touched it and it spun around and tried to bite me. Nasty. The insects are terrifying. There's huge spiders that run around. You can hear them running. They're so big and they're fast. So the insect life is a little shocking when you move somewhere tropical. Reptiles, I like, my wife's terrified of snakes, so she screams every so often, but there's not much danger as far as poisonous things here. So it's just, kind of creepy how many large insects there are. But for the most part, it's just really nice. What do I think of urine therapy? I've heard a lot of this and that, but I'm not sure. I don't really buy it per se. GERD, yeah. So again, gut health and digestive organs, and the body needs a detox and proper food combinations. Basically everything from my health playlist on the other channel, which is New Earth Fitness YouTube channel. If you just go to the health topics playlist, incorporate into your life, starting on the first video, then the second video, then the third video, especially the first three. And then after that, they're kind of ordered in the order of importance of where to start, that leads to the next thing. And then you can take it however far you want on that playlist. But the foundational big things are at the beginning of the playlist for a reason. Ninety percent at least of the health problems I've ever had people ask me for help or helped people with or watched people deal with in life um, can be addressed by detoxification and gut rebuilding and gut flora rebuilding, and then maintaining that state. 90% of the things people are suffering from in society could be fixed just with that. That's why I focus on it so much. Whereas, Western medicine will give you a pill to cover symptoms and never address or fix anything and just keep you more and more dependent on drugs until that kills you. Like, and sell you a bunch of surgeries all the time. Don't get me wrong, surgeries save lives and surgeons are needed. But the system also likes to just use people for experiments, and they like to sell surgeries that aren't needed. And it's all just a nasty downward spiral once you get caught in that thing. So the profoundness of regenerating your gut lining and your gut flora and detoxifying your organs and your lymph system especially. I mean, there's trillions of dollars go into things that are counterproductive. So I can't even put a money value on the on addressing those health situations from the inside, the foundational things that begin the destruction of human bodies and are reversible. I don't know about go-to cola brands. I would just look for something organic and something with good reviews. Sunflower oil. Here's the thing about nut oils, seed oils, and even vegetable oils, which I don't ever use, nor would I. But when it comes to nut and seed oils, the problem is cooking. Nut and seed oils become rancid and destructive to your cellular membranes once they've been cooked. In a raw state, they're good for you. That's why they exist in nature. But when you cook with them, they become horrible for you. Heart disease, circulatory disease, diabetes, they harden your cell walls. It's like turning a nice, I'll use another car parable here. Those of you that change your own oil, right? You consider what oil to put in a vehicle to get, better mileage, longer lasting, less wear and tear. What if you denatured that oil into something more like plastic before you put it in the engine? What's that going to do to your motor? There goes its longevity and its power and its function, right? So cooking nut and seed oils is basically that for the human body. And people do it all the time. Oh, almond oil is healthy, so now I cook with that. Yeah, but in that context, it's very unhealthy. Sunflower oil in its raw state is a good, healthy oil. Your body can make cell membranes and all kinds of nice stuff, brain components, nerve components. But once it's cooked, it destroys those very same things. As far as timing of day, taking ashwagandha, it sort of depends. Some people will get much more relaxed after they take it. In that case, you'd want to take it late to help you sleep better. Other people feel an energizing effect, so you'd want to take it early. If you don't feel any of that, then I wouldn't worry about what time of day you take it at all. That's how I would look at that one. Yeah, people are going to say the Essene gospel of peace is a hoax. They're going to say anything the Roman Empire didn't cook up and edit and put in the book that they control the world with is a hoax. Just like natural medicine, you were all taught to be terrified of it because, like I say, zillion-dollar industries would go out of business if people understood the power of real medicine, So you let your heart tell you the truth about that. What humans need to actually evolve spiritually is to learn how to let their heart lead. And you're doing an exercise right now that gives you the chance to work with that and watch the changes in your life. Sometimes the heart has to be on, well, if humanity is going to save itself on this planet, the heart's wisdom has to be honored above the control system that's been controlling everybody's minds. Shingles virus, gut lining? I don't think so. I had a massive shingles outbreak a few years ago myself. It was brutal. Left scars all over my neck. I felt like it was bad. It basically happened because I went through some extreme stress that dropped my immune system really low, like really low. And apparently a remnant of chicken pox or whatever the original cause of it still existed in me. So then it had its round two where it really tried to kill me. And I got over it. I'm sure I'm better for it. But I don't correlate that. I will say this. If your gut lining's broke down and things are leaking into your body, yes, that's lowering your immune system. So it can make a shingles outbreak more likely, definitely. The breakdown of the gut lining makes any immune failure much more prominent in human beings. So I guess I got to say yes to your question in that sense. If you've ever taken antibiotics and you haven't since then repopulated your gut with healthy gut flora, you can pretty much guarantee yourself your gut's in bad shape. That's why it's absolutely rampant. Also stress, life stress. When you're a child and somebody's hard on you because they don't even realize they're being hard on you. I mean, it doesn't take much for a human being to actually break down their own gut due to stress. Okay. So between that and the rampant idiotic use of antibiotics everywhere instead of developing an immune system, there are precious few humans that don't have a badly damaged gut. Okay. So it's wise just to address it and be proactive and build a healthy gut rather than wonder, what condition it's in. Oh, I don't worry about supposed good Roman emperors or whatever. I don't care about Rome. The U.S. is too much like Rome for me to even live in it. That's how much I care about the supposed good aspects of Rome, Capitol Hill and government and taxes and weapons and control. Like, I'm allergic to all that stuff, man. I'm sure some of those Roman empires were worse than others, but I don't study any of that because I don't want anything to do with it. I study the things that I've been shown create life abundantly, things I can work with, things I can wield that are God's creation. And I let man have his prideful, ignorant politics and slavery that he induces from it. How to get over sickness? Yeah, this is all advice about how to get over sickness, my friend. The foundational things that come up over and over in these live streams, because it all stems back to the same foundational things. So in a broad sense, to get over sickness, heal your gut lining, populate your gut with healthy flora, so you have a real immune system, defeat viruses on your own, because every time you take antibiotics, you were starting over with no immune system, and you have destroyed your gut lining again, and now your lymphatic system is being polluted and your whole body is becoming more toxic, and it's a downward spiral. And learn about proper food combinations. Find ways to reduce stress in life. Stress is just as big of a killer as thousands and thousands of chemicals and endocrine disruptors that are being dumped on people. It's a two-sided sword of destruction, and nobody's going to fix it for us. You have to shake off the learned helplessness training you've had your whole life and take sovereignty and take responsibility for your own temple in your own mind. Easier said than done, of course, but what better thing to do? Because those things right there, from there, if humans do that, it addresses everything else that we're doing that's destroying ourselves and the planet. Yeah, cooking with olive oil is harmful because it's the types of fats in it denature. Granted, some recipes, you don't really reach the flash point on the olive oil. So sometimes it's not cooked enough to really denature it. It kind of depends on how hard you cook it. But it's not a safe, really when it comes to cooking, the only kind of oil that's safe to cook with truly is saturated. So ghee is the most effective, safe cooking oil, really, that there is. If you get a good quality butter from like not some factory raised, miserable, tortured slave animal, but some happy animal from like a real pasture in a real life, butter's a good cooking oil. Saturated. Saturated is the only kind of thing safe to cook with. And I see so many supposed health books and recipes and all this stuff celebrating how they cook with seed oils. And I'm like, just because something is healthy on paper and you can easily sell it to people as such without talking about the facts, like when you cook with this, it becomes incredibly unhealthy. But don't get me started on all my perfectionistic nagging and critiquing of everybody, right? The way things are done. Too much compromise for me everywhere I look. But I've been through a lot of horrible suffering in this body, so I know what it's like when you're in so much pain, you'd rather not be alive. And I know where people are headed with it. So, I'm pretty serious about these things. Obviously, it's a part of my purpose in being here in this world at this time. Nice. Full spectrum plant-based probiotic. Good, good. Yeah, the nervous system. Well, there's the physical side where your lymphatic system is this polluted mess that's supposed to be like an ocean of minerals that have high electrical conductivity. And then there's the non-physical side where anything you believe or deal with, it's causing you stress or sadness or anger or frustration. These are all blocking proper flow of energy, So both sides of that are, and everything you can do to regenerate and purify and strengthen the charge, the electrical charge of your physical vessel, through health, diet, detox, lifestyle. And then the other side is, the spiritual aspect of your own consciousness, because that's what's really going to move those particles around properly anyway. And I've seen people master one side of this and totally neglect the other. That's almost all I've ever seen. So to me, it's equally important. You have to put it all together. And what you cultivate, with your thoughts and beliefs has a lot to do with the strength of your nervous system. Simple object lesson on that is like, say you're going to do a workout. It's leg day, right? And one time you wake up on leg day and you're depressed and you're sad and life has really got you down. How much strength are you going to really have for leg day? And another time you've been looking forward to leg day and you're more excited about than you've ever been. I mean, those are going to be two completely different workouts, even if your physical constitution had all the same components in it. So now we're talking about the spiritual difference. Some people call it mindset, but that's way too shallow. That's not really what it is. It's your consciousness and what it's aligning with and what it's motivated by and how motivated, So that's the non-physical side. And then this is how much clear, clean electrical flow can you get going through this whole vessel, which means deep cellular detox and rebuilding of all the systems and really good circulation of the energy. And a full spectrum of hundreds of trace minerals plus all the main minerals so that the electricity can conduct through your mostly water body like it does in an ocean, high electrical conductivity. And adaptogenic herbs really help because they help your organs and glands stop arguing like a house divided and actually work together better. So then it's like there's less parasitic drain on your nervous system. By the way, get rid of parasites. People are full of all kinds of them, and those are a parasitic drain on everything. But that's it. You want a clean, high conductivity temple for a really strong nervous system. No, it's just a nice picture behind me. I'm sure there's meaning to it. I mean, I just like it. Do you know that elephants love gotu kola, guys? It's like their favorite food if they can find it. And elephants have huge brains, better memories than humans. Gotu kola is a really good brain and nervous system food. So there's my meaning for it, since you asked. You just made me come up with a meaning. It's better than staring at a closet. Everybody always thinks in the social media world and the TV world and everything, everybody's been so pretentious since the beginning of these things, and it's only gotten worse. So now anything you do or anything that's even on the screen, people take it as a statement. You know, like if I have a tool sitting behind me in a video I film out in the garden somewhere, people think it's like an Easter egg, which on, you know, certain days maybe it is. Sometimes I do put out Easter eggs to see who's paying attention. But a lot of times it's just whatever's laying around in the environment. You know, I'm not really trying to make a statement out of everything. I'm just being myself, you know. No, because life wouldn't have begun without a source. And you're thinking in linear time because you're stuck in it right now as a human, but linear time is not the biggest truth. This is why people can't answer, well, if there's a God or a creator, what created that or where did that come from? Can't be answered with human consciousness. We don't have the dimensionality to understand something that always is. We don't have that right now. But no, life didn't just begin from nothing and then create God, you know. Nothing ever begins from nothing. Nothing ever comes from nothing. How did you learn all this? Well, when it comes to the functions of the human body, it's just thousands and thousands of hours of research that I was divinely guided to do. I would just be given these downloads and these light bulbs, and then I would go play around on this thing called the internet. And I guess my searches were well guided because I would always find these obscure science papers and be able to put together the pieces of what I had been shown in my head and learn some of the terminology and stuff so I can explain it to others. And I always knew I was being trained for something, and now I'm getting to use it, you know. I have been for years. I've gotten to save lives and help a lot of people upgrade their lives and stuff. So, you know, I guess it's just like a chosen divine thing. I was trained to play this part. Also, because when I was little, I was born with horrible genetics. I was extremely sick. I went through surgeries. I died in surgery. I was sick all the time. They actually said with the condition I had that I would always be weak, slow, and feeble compared to all other human beings. Now, that made me very angry. And my whole goal, laying on a couch sick and feeling broken all the time as a kid, was to eventually have the world's strongest body and immune system. And now I can be around all kinds of sick people and nothing happens to me. And if I catch COVID, it's just like a sneeze and I'm over it. And I've set more unofficial world records of strength and endurance than I even keep track of at this point. So that's that whole spiritual aspect. Eventually the flesh is catching up. There had to be a lot of things done to upgrade this temple because it was pretty broken when I was given this temple. But the temple is responding to the spirit dwelling within it. And over time that shows more and comes more true. That's the power of having an authentic vision where your heart and your mind and your spirit are connecting to something real within the greater energy field of the creator. And you don't let anybody stop you because everybody originally tries to. At this point, some people actually want to listen to me about certain things, but guys, maybe you would believe the amount of resistance I've had to any kind of progress in life from every kind of angle since I got here. It's unbelievable, really. But resistance builds strength if it doesn't completely crush you and you give up, right? I am a small tractor, right? Sometimes I work a section of land and my wife comes walking out there and it's totally different looking all of a sudden. She's like, whoa, And I'm like, yeah, the bulldozer came through. Call myself the bulldozer because she started calling me a bulldozer a while back. Hmm. What age did I start this transformation? In some ways, it's been my whole life, but I started to gain more sovereignty over my life in my 20s and started to make bigger jumps. Like age 20 was the last time I took antibiotics. It's the last time I took any man made medicine. And I knew I was done. And that's been 26 years. And, you know, the leaps and bounds. Every year I look back and I put myself in my shoes from a year ago or 5 years ago or 10 years ago. And it's always bad compared to how I am now. So my sense of well-being and health and vitality has been consistently growing and getting better for so long now. The further I look back, the worse it is. I'm like, ugh, those were hard times. That was terrible, the state I used to be in, you know? Lupus, huh? You know, off the top of my head, I don't know what to say about lupus. I guarantee, though, that the things on my health playlist on the other channel, New Earth Fitness, will help. They help with every condition, you know? But other than that, I don't have anything specific right now because I haven't recently looked up the specifics of lupus. But I'm glad she's not scared to not take the prescription medicine and to look for a better way. That's a really good sign. It seems like 95% of people are so checked out from their own reality, they won't even consider that maybe there's a better way, you know, and go looking for it. That's a really good sign. Seek and ye shall find. It's true. If you don't let something stop you, if you're looking for a better way, and this goes to anything in life, seek and ye shall find. If you're genuinely, sincerely seeking a better way, things will be put in your path to help you keep finding pieces of that better way and putting it together. It's a real spiritual principle that's true. Anemia? Yeah, massive parasite detox and then methyl B12 should probably help if you're not taking it already. Proper food combos, mineral rich plants in digestible forms, plants that have plenty of iron. But what I've seen personally with people I've known that struggled with anemia a lot was one, a B12 deficiency tendency. And this is again going back to the gut biome not being right in people. This is why B12 deficiency is rampant. It has nothing to do with being a vegan or a meat eater. I know a vegan who's been a vegan his whole life. He's never had to supplement B12 and he's fine because he never took antibiotics either. So his gut biome works right. And I know all kinds of meat eaters that are constantly B12 deficient. But anyway, methyl B12. Don't take the other types. Don't take cyanocobalamin or whatever they call that crap. It'll actually do nerve damage over time. Methyl B12. Really good product. And I do recommend a deep detox to get things out of your body that are stealing from your blood. Don't let that terrify you. It's incredibly common. Almost everybody on this planet has parasites, except those that have really done a lot to make sure they don't. As far as the most effective method to get rid of parasites, there's a lot of things that help. Some of it is specific to the types of parasites, though. I mean, there's liver parasites, there's brain parasites, there's heart parasites, there's a lot of gut parasites. I mean, it kind of depends what we're talking about. But deep cellular detox, deep gut detox, liver detox. And then you can take things that purify the whole body and pass through blood-brain barrier like oregano oil and garlic and onions and do like a high-dose protocol for a while and just burn every nasty thing out of your whole body. How much time do you have before you should escape the system? I don't know, man. I mean, I couldn't get as soon as reasonably possible is always the answer. If it's something you're going to do, you got to do it. Nobody knows the day when it's not possible anymore. For me, there were way too many signs, even from a very young age, that I needed to get out of this monster. Walking on all fours and running with heavy equipment. Yeah, you could get more muscular that way. It won't really be balanced, though. You don't have the kind of physiology to really be walking on all fours. You can do it, but you're going to get internally rotated. You're only training everything on the front side of your body that way. You got to really think about the dynamics of the human body and how to balance strength in all directions. Because when you don't, you end up just being really injury prone, even from your own strengths. There's a lot of guys out there that can bench press a lot, and they get injured so easy. I almost said hilarious, but it's not funny, and I don't mean to laugh at people. But giving your example there, it's like, yeah, you can build quite a bit of strength and muscle and everything, but it wouldn't be very balanced. Those with ears to hear. It's a good one. It's a good one. Ears to hear and eyes to see. Which is really just talking about your heart, and I think you know that. It's a parable about heart consciousness, which is drastically lacking on this planet and has been for a very long time. Okay, so vitamin D helps with lupus. You definitely want to also take lots of magnesium internally and externally with magnesium oil and high dose vitamin K2, because without those, the vitamin D will further deplete a magnesium deficiency, and without lots of vitamin K2, it will calcify arteries in brain and heart eventually. The only way to safely take a lot of vitamin D3, or even to absorb a lot of sunlight, even sunlight's dangerous in a magnesium deficiency. Anytime you up your vitamin D levels, and vitamin D is powerful and wonderful, but it needs its helpers, or you end up hurting yourself. So if someone's going to do lots of vitamin D to help with lupus, and this is why I always include it on the stacks and recommendations on my other channel. Always take high dose vitamin K2, and get as much magnesium as you reasonably can internally and externally using magnesium oil. Then the vitamin D can really do its thing, really help you and not hurt you, even in the long run. Tomatoes? No. In and of themselves, there's nothing wrong with tomatoes. They're good. They're good food. I mean, some people are allergic to nightshades, but I think that's pretty rare. How much sun exposure is needed to be healthy? Well, it depends on your skin tone and other nutritional factors in your body. It's different from person to person. But I've noticed another strange thing, and this must have to do with the level of pollution in people's skin, as well as some of their other organs. This is kind of at the theory level still. I haven't been able to take the time to try to find science to back it up, but I know of people who sunbathe regularly and they're still completely vitamin D deficient. So something's going on there. I think maybe the liver actually is failing to convert the sunlight into its active form, because people's livers are so damaged and overwhelmed they can't do their job right. So for many reasons, you can't just tell a person, oh, if you just get this much sun, you'll be good to go. There's too many factors. And some people could burn themselves up in the sun and still be vitamin D deficient because other parts of their body aren't working well enough to even convert it. People think that vitamin D3 is a poison because it's used as a rat poison, but that's actually a misleading It's basically a new theme on social media to get clicks and views and attention, because it sounds so. What did I say a few live streams back? Humans are all now addicted. They have been addicted to outrage for a long time. So if you can make a title that's outrageous, you just blew up your social media. So a lot of people are now saying vitamin D3 is a poison used to kill rats and the government's using it to kill you or something. But, it's not actually accurate. It's not a poison for humans, but it is dangerous in the sense that since the populace is already magnesium deficient and vitamin D3 has to have magnesium to do what it does, it quickly uses up the rest of the magnesium in your body, and you can die from a magnesium deficiency. You can just seize up. Magnesium is necessary for over 300 catalyzed processes in the human body. Your body cannot make it, and the food chain is drastically short in it, and stress and toxins are massively depleting it, and people are already at critical low levels of magnesium. So it is dangerous to just start taking vitamin D3, especially in high dose. So I always tell people don't do it unless you're taking lots of internal and external magnesium oil, and take high dose vitamin K2 so that the D3 does not cause calcification of arteries, heart, and brain. The K2 will make sure that calcium always goes where it's supposed to and doesn't get deposited in the wrong places. Because D3 causes calcification in general. And if it doesn't have those balancers, it's very indiscriminate about where it calcifies things. This is how you get hardened arteries that block off, and a calcified, like certain brain diseases, calcified joints. People can get all bad arthritis just from taking high dose vitamin D by itself. But the real danger here is that underlying lack of magnesium can get so bad you can just die, even faster than heart disease. So there's a lot of reasons you don't want to take high dose vitamin D without lots of magnesium and plenty of really high dose vitamin K2. Then it works right. And then it can do its magic. Brachioradialis pain. Yeah, you got sore inflamed tendons, I don't know if you're on my other channel, but in general, anti-inflammatory foods. And then on my other channel, New Earth Fitness, I put out a video called My Connective Tissue Stack. And there's a video, and then there's some stuff in the info box under it. It's what I do, some really potent things to put together. It really helped me because I used to have sore tendons in a lot of places from always training hard, not resting very long. And now I rarely ever have sore anything. And I'm more active than I've ever been. And I lift stupidly heavy things standing on uneven ground without even warming up. And I'm not bragging because I'm not invincible and I could pull something or, tweak myself. I'm not saying I'm incapable of getting hurt, but I'm getting away with doing things now I couldn't have got away with in my 20s. Not this consistently, So I would check out that stack. I can't have a top 5 recommended herbs because it would depend on the person's condition, their goals in life, their personality, what they're aiming for, where they live. And there are just thousands of amazing herbs, thousands. Many of which are going extinct every day as they burn down the entire rainforest for more burgers. So people can have even more disease and go get more terrible medicine, and the human species can continue to annihilate itself or whatever it's doing. Yep. I heard of David Goggins only because people keep asking me. So I've heard the name, but I don't know. I don't know anything about him. People ask me names all the time. Most of them I've heard the name, but it's like I've never, can't really say anything because I haven't researched the person or anything. or whatever it is they're teaching about or whatever. I've seen a snow leopard. Yeah. Beautiful. Yeah, I actually hands-on cuddled and played with lions, tigers, and bears. I'm not kidding you. I know it sounds like the Yellow Brick Road or something, but I actually did that. I volunteered at a place for a year, a refuge for big cats and bears, because it was a lifelong dream of mine that manifested. And I played with cougars and bears, lions, tigers, and it was really fun and amazing. And I never got hurt. Everybody else that tried it there got hurt. I didn't get hurt because I could understand those animals well and they could understand me well. That's just a treasure I hold in my heart, that whole experience. They did not have a snow leopard at that time anyway, but I certainly would have, yes. There was this cougar named Risky. He was extra playful with me, and he was so incredibly sneaky. I'd go in to clean his enclosure, and I'd watch him. I'd be like, don't you do it. And I turn my back, and he would like parkour off the wall, jump, and hit me in the head with like all four of his feet. And I would just be on the ground instantly. He would do it so fast that by the time I spun my head around, he's clear on the other side of the enclosure, peeking at me like, I didn't do that. I didn't do that. He was lightning fast. It was really fun. And there was these lions that were full size, but they only had like part of their mane. So they were kind of juveniles. And those guys, they didn't realize they were 500-600 pounds, right? And they'd be up on this platform trying to jump on me. They would wait for me to look down to like shovel something up in their enclosure. And they'd be doing this, crouching and getting, and I'd look just in time to, no, don't you do it, because they don't understand, like, for me, that's going to really suck, getting face planted by a 600-pound lion jumping down on my head. But it was really, really fun. I got to hug them and, wrestle around with them and stuff. Just amazing. Yeah, I mean, Evan Larson, there's thousands of things society's inundated with that are interfering. They're a war on human DNA. They're a war on human consciousness. Thousands. I don't want to make you feel overwhelmed or hopeless. The way I looked at that when I was stuck in a city was like, okay, so the good news is I can level myself up about 1,000,000 times over, because the amount of resistance to health and well-being that I'm living under right now has me operating at like 1% of what I'm capable of. So to me, I reverse polarity my energy, and I looked at it kind of the opposite of everybody else, and it just made me want to fight it. And it made me excited to defend myself and my family against more and more of these things and infuse more and more vitality. And then it gets to a point where you start to understand a lot more about the big picture, and you get enough strength and clarity and sovereignty in your life that you might get to a point where you realize, I'm going to leave this thing and I'm going to go build a better way of life outside of it. That's what needs to be done. Is one working against the creator if they are on an ego trip and they're pushing their body past its own limits daily? Are you working against the creator? Well, okay. Not in some like, oh, God is mad at you kind of way, but you can hurt yourself, like if you wear out your knee and now you have a destroyed knee that's in pain because you overdid it. In that sense, you're working against the principle of creation. But then there's always another way to look at it, like yin and yang. What if I was able to have higher yin to where that wouldn't have destroyed my knee? Where do we really set the ceiling on what's possible? So if at a given time you are overtraining and you're wrecking something on your body, yes, in an observable sense, you could say I am working against the well-being of the way this thing is designed by overdoing certain things right now. And that just has its own natural consequence. It's not some like, oh, you're bad, you're sinning, you need to be judged, like in that sense, There's no point in, you know, looking at it like that, but just the simple reality of it, it's observable. You know, if you're wrecking your body over doing something, yeah, I mean, you're damaging your temple. It's like if I start having wild parties on the roof of my house and I'm cracking the roof or something, well, I'm working against the physics of my house, and that's going to cost me, you know. You're welcome, Maurice. You're welcome, friend. You change your diet and you start focusing on detox herbs like milk thistle and dandelion. You got a lot of skin rashes on your legs. Is that from detoxing? Yes. This is why my other channel, my deep detox video, involves coffee enemas, because all the other things people do to detox, they dislodge toxins out of your joints, out of your skin, out of your lymphatic system, out of your organs. The toxins start coming loose everywhere. And it is possible to break loose so many toxins so fast that you hurt yourself. In the most extreme cases, you die. Now, you're not pushing those limits at all. Skin rashes are pretty normal for people that start detoxing. But that's showing you that toxins are breaking loose from somewhere in your body, and there's so many of them floating around, your body's trying to push them out through the skin to offload and to get rid of some of it. The reason coffee enemas were invented, just look up Gerson therapy and you'll understand the power and the reasoning. People that are detoxing, say, from cancer, are in danger of actually dying from how nasty the amount of stuff is breaking down in their body. A coffee enema saves their life because it opens up the liver and the gut channels and starts flushing out massive amounts of toxins that are breaking down everywhere in your body. And then you can get it out fast enough. So like the milk thistle and the dandelion are dislodging a lot of toxins out of your liver, for example. But if your gut isn't awesomely flushing everything every day, you're reabsorbing the same toxins. And so your body's looking for other ways to get it out. That's what's happening. Not sure about nasal polyps coming and going. Something tells me you should at least check into Ayurveda and see if they have a breakdown of the energies involved in nasal polyps and what you can do lifestyle and diet-wise to change those energies. Because if it's coming and going, then it's like you're on the verge of not having them, the way I see it. So if you could figure out how to shift the balance in your body a certain direction, you probably wouldn't get them coming back. And I don't know if you'll find that, but I'm sure somewhere in Ayurveda, they've been dealt with before. I don't know off the top of my head which type of energy imbalance needs to be corrected, but I'd imagine that they have some treatments for that just involve dietary and lifestyle changes. The proper basic supplement stack? Well, the closest thing I have to that, I call my breath, or my bones to breath, basic supplement stack on the other channel. It's what I used. I don't use it now because I don't need it now. But when I lived in a city and I was compensating for the things in city life and building vitality, despite all those things working against me, that's the stack that I posted over there for that, because there's a lot of people that would apply to. Breath to bones, basic vitality booster stack. Just use the search function on the other channel, type in some of that and it'll bring it up. Or you can just scroll down the videos. It's not that far down currently. Actually, it's on the health playlist, like all these other things. On New Earth Fitness. It should be okay to take multiple adaptogens at the same time, yes. Now, I have to say this to be careful. There are people with medical conditions. There are people taking man-made medicine, which makes everything more dangerous. So If you're on any man-made medicine, maybe there could be a negative interaction. Another thing to be aware of is that occasionally someone is allergic to a certain herb that other people aren't allergic to. As long as you're not allergic and your health is, relatively stable. I've taken multiple adaptogens, and actually it's a wonderful thing. I mean, it's almost like the ideal thing to be taking multiple good quality adaptogens at the same time. Yeah, that's how I roll. Yeah. A beginner detox, something simple. Well, there's many types you could look into. I mean, a person could do an organic fruit only diet for a couple weeks just to alkalize and clean the body that way. A person could do some basic fasting, like fast 1 day a week, maybe build up to where you do a 3-day fast or something. A person could use herbal diuretic cleansing teas. A really nice one's to get a small trampoline and do rebounding. That's an exceedingly awesome, effective, efficient, and easy way to get a whole lot of lymphatic detoxification, which is the main system of the human body that's really badly polluted. And, people go to medical school, they don't even have a chapter on the lymphatic system. This is the ocean and has a lot to do with absorption of nutrients and the main aspects of your body's ability to defend itself. And the medical world acts like it doesn't even exist. And human people, humans' lymphatic systems are a disaster. So a small trampoline and basic 3 to 5 minutes a day of just gently jumping up and down on it could do huge things. But these are all very different types of detoxes. They're all simple. They're all effective through different avenues. You got to pick something that you want to do. You got to pick something you feel inspired and experience that and take some notes, make some observations. And then you can try a different type if you want. And then you can try combining them. There's a lot of cool ways to detox the body once you start researching. You can put together some ideas pretty fast. Master of reality, I would say there can be a correlation, definitely, but it's not necessarily going to affect everyone. It's like anything. Some people are open to change and some people are not. And some people are open to a particular change and some people are not. So you may notice certain people responding to your change in energy because they're more receptive to it and they're more compatible with that positive change. And then you'll notice people that are very, very stubbornly calcified in their ways. And it doesn't matter how good of an energy you bring to the situation, they're going to stay dark and negative and stuck and miserable and whatever it is, So you'll notice some of both is my honest hypothesis. With the smell of a rotting carcass within one's own body make other beings feel hesitant and even hostile and want to be around? Probably. And, people that eat dead animals, not everybody, because people do a lot of things to cover it up, but there are some really weird, gross smells, especially when they start detoxing. Some of them will actually notice a smell like death because it is. In natural holistic healing circles, there's a term, I think they call it morbid tissue. When people from society start detoxing all this corpse they have in their body, they try to open up all these different avenues to get out morbid tissue. You're talking about dead tissue that human bodies are full of. Creepy, right? You got these foods that are filled with light and energy and cleanness and don't even get gross when they decay. And then you've got things that are immediately gross once dead. And people have made the world all about consuming that. Whoa. It's just one more thing kind of painting the same picture of how far off course people have fallen in their consciousness. Correctly healing a torn muscle. Well, you're gonna have to rest it. If it's a muscle, you could do some occlusion to pump some extra blood in. That might be nice. Some massage, and then a comfrey poultice would be really good to speed up the healing. You could also take Solomon's seal internally. Internal Solomon's seal, external comfrey poultice, magnesium oil, magnesium oil, magnesium oil. In fact, internally and externally, magnesium will help a muscle heal a lot faster. So those are some big heavy hitters right there that'll help. I've got it's not torn, but I got a strained muscle in one of my calves. I'm dealing with that myself right now. Very rare for me to strain a muscle, but I managed to do it. So yay, get to use some healing methods, practice on myself a little. Shifu, you're a character, man. Well, Cosmin, it depends what the two foods are. The way it works is your pancreas has to create a digestive enzyme formula for whatever hits your stomach. And the pancreas was not designed to just vacuum foods from the four corners of the earth and shove them in itself. That's not got anything to do with nature and biology. So humans have tricked themselves in the modern world into thinking, oh, let's make a sandwich and let's put like 6 food groups and just eat it all. And surely that'll be healthy, right? Because we're just getting everything. But no, it isn't. Because what happens is when all those totally different things from different kingdoms hit your stomach at the same time, the pancreas will usually pick whatever it thinks is easiest to digest, and it will create a specific digestive enzyme formula for that. It'll go in there and digest that. And the rest of it doesn't get digested right at all. And then it ends up caking on your guts and building city walls that parasites and yeast and mold live in. And you're basically cultivating madness in your second brain, which is your gut, which then leads to madness and dullness of the first brain. And then you have a society of people walking around watching movies about zombies all the time, going brains and just doing what they're told and taking toxic medicine and dying from it. And nobody's noticing what's going on. And I know I'm rambling a bit, but I try to quickly paint, not a really good picture like that one, but a nice cartoonish picture to kind of show some of these connections, you know. Eye bags and dark eye circles. Usually there's a type of anemia. There's something wrong in the blood. The liver might be suffering. I have noticed people that did good parasite cleanses lost those dark spots under their eyes. I think a lot of times it's parasite related. Now the bags, that's a little different. The bags thing, to me, when I see bags under people's eyes, I think kidney malfunction and full body electrolyte imbalance problems, and connective tissue is breaking down. Because if your skin was tight, you wouldn't have bags under your eyes. But that puffiness to me says kidney issues, and it says electrolyte imbalance, and the fact that the skin's all loose and bulging out says connective tissue weakness. That's what I see when I see bags under somebody's eyes. Wow, that's wild. I didn't know that GMO tofu would cause facial hair growth. Must be nothing like the non-GMO kind, because the non-GMO doesn't have anything androgenic in it. That's really wild, man. Never heard of that. I love non-GMO organic tofu. It's gotten really hard to find on this planet, but I sure like it. But I wouldn't eat any of the... Do some Arnold impressions? Oh, man. What is it you want him to talk about today? It's time to turn this mush into muscle. There is no bathroom. And I'm going to regret saying that because I have to go use the bathroom pretty soon. Unless I'm just going to do it here on the floor and not tell anybody. But that would be ridiculous and uncivilized, and my wife would be very angry at me. Yes, I'm talking about my pet tiger again. I give him all kinds of herbs and natural medicines, and he's like super healthy, and he can practically fly at this point. But of course, I'm not allowed to use any of that on humans. They have to do what the authority figures tell them. They're like, get to the doctor, get to the doctor. That's all they say all the time. Doctor, what is it, doctor? I'm my own doctor. Ah, ah, What's the matter? The CIA get you pushing too many pencils? Yeah, if you eat animal products, you can cook with lard or any kind of animal fat. I do not condone the eating of animals, but I also realize that realistically, most people don't live in a situation in this world currently where you could be a vegan effectively. So I don't judge people or nag them or try to make fights out of it. But yeah, you can cook on any saturated fat and it doesn't denature it in ways that then destroy you. Like all these healthy oils that are only healthy when raw, and people don't realize that, so they cook with them and turn them as super unhealthy. Using Bonan the Barbarian, you can barely talk. Wow, I've lived in the US for like 75 years now, and my accent has only gotten thicker. It's the power of these biceps. They maintain the power of my accent. I don't want to lose it. I don't think I can do Stallone very well. See, not very good. Yeah, well, I don't like gurus, people that call themselves gurus, people that think they're gurus, and I don't like being called a guru. So if a guru or a kangaroo tells me to drink my own pee, I'm still not going to do it. Just so you know. If you don't use animal fats, you can cook with ghee is really good, or like an organic butter, preferably from animals that have a good life, because then you're supporting a positive cause that makes the planet better instead of factory farming, which is just torture and evil and sucks. But yeah, if you get a good quality butter or a ghee, you can cook. Well, then again, those are animal, right? No, yeah, those are animal products, and you're asking me what could you cook with that's not an animal product? When it comes to oils, man, coconut oil is at least mostly saturated. So if you wanted to use a plant oil, that's the closest thing to safe to cook with. It's not perfect. Some of the oils in coconut are not the right kind to be cooking with, but a high percentage of coconut oil is saturated. So at least ounce for ounce, pound for pound, you'd be harming yourself a lot less cooking with coconut oil than you are with other plant or seed oils. How much do I fart? I'll get back to you on that when I got one to let it rip on a live stream. Just kidding, honey.
No.
My live stream's playing in the other room so my kids can hear all this and my wife, right? Good stuff. That Stallone impression is the best detoxification protocol. Okay. Scant information. That's wild, man. I find infinite information about herbs online. If you feel like you're not getting anywhere with your research, if you can find a reputable doctor that's affordable, somebody you can learn from for a while, it might be worth it. Or if you can find a book that covers all the health topics and holistic healing you're interested in, using a good variety of herbs and how to use them, a book's probably more affordable than a doctor of any kind. Plus, you don't have to drive anywhere and have appointments and sit in chairs and fill out forms and all that good stuff. So those are some ideas. I want to order fermented cacao beans. It's cacao when it's raw. Cocoa is like the cooked product, and I'm not nagging you on wordplay here. I'm just throwing it out there. I get words wrong all the time. But anyway, cacao, raw cacao, fermented beans. How many to get high? It depends on the person and your sensitivity. I like to overdo it. I like to eat a gigantic amount of them and then come back to earth a few days later. But some people feel even one, lightweights. That's what I call them. So, start small, maybe eat a handful. It kind of depends on the batch, In nature, every batch is different. Every bit of soil a tree sits in, how much sun it got, what the wind was like that year, everything varies in nature. So each batch is going to be a little different. But don't be afraid of it, Just make sure you don't have an allergy, guys, when you try anything new. Always remember one man or woman's medicine might be another man or woman's poison if you happen to be allergic. So if it's something new to you, take a tiny little amount, put it in your mouth, chew it up, move it around a little, swallow a tiny bit. If nothing gets irritated, take a little bigger bite. If you're all good, then pretty soon okay, I'm not allergic to this. Now I can start playing with dosages, You can hear her laugh in the backdrop. Boy, the sound works good on this thing. That's through a door, around a corner, in a different room. Awesome. Yeah, you're going to get a lot of contradictory information on herbs because there's a huge amount of agenda out there to make sure you never use them. So this is why, to start with, it might be good to get a good, holistic, highly rated book that's helped some people use a lot of attainable herbs to holistically benefit their health. Because that'll be written by someone who does use them, does believe in them, and has helped people with them, instead of a bunch of institutions that are going to try to scare you and confuse you out of using them altogether. It's all good, Shifu. I like your comments. How do you know which book to trust? Well, people that are interested in these things will review these books, So find something with good reviews. Read about what it helped some people with and see how that relates to your life. Another cacao freak. That's awesome, buddy. You eat 3 cacao beans in your high? Lightweight, baby. Yeah, that's nice. My wife's like that. She responds to anything immediately, even in small doses. And I call her a lightweight, but really I'm just jealous because it's more economic and efficient and easy, if you can get a bigger effect from a smaller amount of something. Have I drank Mavi? I don't think so. I don't know that word. Cacao is not like it has caffeine, believe it or not. It has theobromine. It has many, many things, most complex edible substance thus far studied by human beings. But as far as borrowed energy, I don't think so, because I've done what you could call cacao abuse, where I took huge doses every day for years without stopping. And when I did stop, maybe the next day I felt a little more tired than normal, but that's probably just because I was used to being on a ton of cacao. And by 2 days later, I just felt normal. And if I drink coffee even one day and drink a bunch of it, I'll feel like crap for like at least 2 days after that. So I don't think it's the same at all. I think cacao is so complex and it has so many different things going on with it. And it's so high in nutrition, if you get the real thing. I think it's a very intelligently designed herb and food. And I never stress about using too much and then, I'm going to collapse when I quit taking it. I've never had that problem at all. I am on break from cacao currently. But before this, I probably didn't take a break for a couple years every day, high dose. And no problem. No problem coming off, no problem going on, just no problem. Made of the bark. Okay. Well, I may get a chance to drink it one of these days. I sure will. I'll drink a tree bark any day. Wild chaga is really good. If you can get that, just be sure it's the right thing, man. Don't ever hurt yourself. Sometimes one mushroom looks like another, you know? You're working on old habits and traumas with meditation. You know your direction, but struggle to keep focus on what matters. You know, it's really hard in a society that is bombarding you with distraction from the time you're born. So don't beat yourself up about how hard it is to concentrate. It is. I can get a little ADHD myself, you know, because I'm into a lot of different things. Sometimes I'm doing one thing, but I'm thinking about the other thing, and I have to remind myself, hey, you know, life's more enjoyable when you're actually present. I have to remind myself of that too. But as far as meditating, get over old bad habits and stuff, man, I don't know if this is going to be popular advice or reflection here, but having learned some things in life quickly and some things very slowly, in my own experience, I'll say this. There are certain bad habits that I can get over instantly just by making up my mind. This is making me weak. I don't like how I feel about it. I quit. And I will reapply my addictive personality to something positive to take its place that day. Like, instead of this, I'm going to go do this, you know. And then there are the bigger, larger things that have been harder to change, harder to identify, harder to understand, and harder to heal from. And I found that the only time healing really came was when I made a massive life change that completely changed everything. And essentially what I was doing was honoring my own inner child, because there's no one else in the world that can do that for you. You have to create healthy boundaries, healthy space. You also, ironically, this is weird, guys, but you got me talking about it. Ironically, in order to truly take care of your own inner child, you have to grow up enough to get enough independence and sovereignty in your life to create a life where you can actually tend to your inner child without somebody else always interrupting it and stopping you. Easier said than done, right? I'm just getting there myself at this point in life. I'm just starting to understand that now. And the things I've had to do to even get to that point where I could even identify that and start to do anything about it have been huge. So, in my experience, certain habits you can change just by replacing it with something better, because you're finally ticked off at it and you've had enough. It's like, I am not going to go to bed one more time, losing sleep, doubting myself, feeling bad about this habit. Starting tomorrow, I'm just going to do this instead. And I don't care if there's a detox, and I don't care if I feel off for a few days. I just don't care anymore. I'm done with that, you know? And then there's those things that you don't know how to quit because you don't even know where it's coming from. You know, like reactionary stuff where you are triggered by certain things and you don't even know why you're triggered by it. And it might take a lot of change in life to get enough sovereignty and safety in the way you're living to where it can even occur to you what the cause of some of those deeper things even are. So I don't give out like band-aids like, oh, just do this and it'll fix it, you know, because I'm too like realistic with people. Try to tell them the truth. I think there's some things you can fix in a day, and there's some things you can't. There's some things that are maybe one of your whole life purposes is to figure it out using your whole life to heal certain things. Binge eating is generally, it's like any drug. It's to cover uncomfortable feelings. Okay. So to truly fix binge eating would not be simple, because it's going to come down to the root of what feelings you're really running from and where they come from and what it would take to actually heal that part of yourself. That's really what it is. The other thing that can cause binge eating is parasites that inject chemical messengers into your bloodstream to go to your brain and tell you to crave what they want you to eat because it helps them breed more. Those are the two things I can think of to address when it comes to causes of binge eating, and therefore how to reverse engineer and possibly totally fix it. Yeah, magnesium helps you function better in every way, but you're in a more relaxed state, right? Instead of a more nervous state. Kind of the opposite of what society itself does, which wants you more stressed and more overwhelmed doing just one thing until you die and never really figuring out anything about the big picture of what's going on, right? Magnesium is our friend in a major way. Hitting targets and as it relates to hunting. Man, there's so many things in life I do that involves needing to hit a target that has nothing to do with killing anything. I think the desire to hit targets is just because we enjoy all natural physical function challenges, you know, like on track and field, people want to throw a spear. People also want to throw a cannonball. You don't hunt with a cannonball, you know, it's just like, how far can I throw this thing? A basketball going through a hoop, that's hitting a target. It has nothing to do with killing anything. So I think the assumption that that's because we're trying to kill things. I mean, in the beginning of whenever man started killing animals, he didn't even throw things. You know what they used to do? They used to do it like a pack of dogs. A big group of guys would get together and they would slowly chase animals around the plains or the savannah or whatever, and they would take turns just keeping the animal moving. This is why they had extreme endurance back then. No man could ever outrun any of these animals, but if they took turns keeping it on the move, this would go on for days, even weeks if it took that. And they'd sleep in shifts and they'd keep this thing and they chase it this way and they chase it that way till they finally wore it down so much it couldn't even run from them anymore. And then they just strangle it or beat it with rocks or something. So anyway, I don't want to get off on a tangent, but it's that whole correlation isn't really causation thing. It's you know, hitting a target. I mean, how do you reproduce? You got to hit a target, right? Life is full of targets to hit. We don't need to assume that it has to have to do anything with killing things. What purpose do I abuse cacao for? The consciousness upgrades, basically. And this was proven with science. I knew it for years and finally looked it up. But if you're using your mind for productive things and you're teaching yourself and you're learning different crafts and things, cacao can put you in a state where you're able to do all that faster. You're able to learn things faster. You're able to stay positive and keep up with many different projects better and make progress. You can take setbacks better. It helps me feel good about what would be to other people an absolutely overwhelming pile of responsibilities that I got to face all the time because I choose to. I don't have to have it, but it's nice for all that. Deja vu, you know, I've heard all the theories and stuff. To me, if I don't base it on what I've heard about what anybody else said, I feel like a deja vu has something to do with the fact that as a human, you think time is linear and you're moving from here to there in time because you're given a brain and a body and a dimensional construct that works with that. But there is a larger, higher truth that doesn't involve that. And sometimes you're getting a glimpse of something that doesn't fall in our normal time sequence. And you could even be experiencing a reflection of yourself. People call it a different timeline or a different dimension. I don't know if I'd quite go that far, but you can pick up on things that are like alternate versions of the same thing. Some of them don't correlate directly with the time you think you're in either. It's something to do with temporarily skipping out of the normal dimensions of the human mind just a little bit and getting a glimpse of something else. Kind of like a glitch where you're accessing information in a little bit higher field of consciousness than you normally are. But I don't overthink it much. I've had a few in my life. I'm like, oh, that was interesting, you know. Because beyond that, I'm like, well, what's the practical value, you know, of thinking about it a whole lot? The next time you have a deja vu, are you going to try to catch a comet or something? I mean, it's just an observable phenomenon that kind of breaks the rules of normal so-called physics and consciousness for humans. Beyond that, I don't think about it much. Cacao is not truly an adaptogen, but it does have some adaptation properties to it. It's not a classic true adaptogen in the true sense, but it will help you adapt to certain things in life for sure. And it has some tonic effects. It can build up some of your systems of your body and improve their function. It can be nice for physical activity. It can be nice for mental activity. It can be nice for emotional activity. So it can help you adapt to certain things, yes. But it's not an actual adaptogen. It doesn't meet those actual parameters. It's a unique, complicated, special herb. It's kind of in its own category to me. Oh yeah, I've been in nature far from humans many times. Yeah. In its natural state. Yep. Always gravitated to things like that since I was very little. It's therapeutic, you know, because then I'm really just in God's presence. Creator, the great spirit, the force, the source, and it's healing. It was always naturally healing. So I was always looking for experiences like that. And I found a lot of them. And here you can walk far enough, the house is out of sight, and you're totally in nature. You never know what's going to happen next, but in a good way. Mm-hmm. Yeah, how to love God with all your heart, mind, and spirit. Well, you know what? All you can do is your best. I mean, that's why it's worded that way. It's like you could summarize it to say, love God with all you are. Because you could rephrase it a lot of different ways, because really it's just you're existing within what we're calling God right now. You know, I mean, if you don't love that, then you don't love anything really. So it would just be a matter of awareness. Rather than trying to do rituals and worship some dude because humans for so long were forced to worship human beings that way, rather than any of that silly stuff, it's not that at all. You know, sometimes I just randomly, it's not random, but it's just like a prayer. I'm like, I love you, God. And I just mean it. And I just feel that way. And it's just this really good feeling inside of me. And how that plays out is more so being there for my neighbor than anything. The reason I'm willing to do things for a neighbor that I hate doing and go through things I hate going through and normally would avoid is because I love God. And therefore I love God within that person, whether the person's aware of it or not, because whatever you've done to the least of them, you've done unto me. That's a true spiritual principle. So, there's not some big dude in the sky that I need to like give him a foot massage or send him my money or dance and sing and scream his name. God isn't any of that nonsense, you know. That's just human ideas. But I do feel a wonderful feeling in my heart when I realize that I trust and believe in an infinite, awesome source that is undefinable by man. And man's attempts to define it have been a nightmare. So I've let all that go. And I just feel really good about that. And I watch how the more I can feel that feeling, the more well-guided I am in life. So basically, what is love to you? You know, apply it to that which all of this is within and coming from anyway. If there's anything you love at all, then you already love something. That means you already love God in some way. You probably just don't know it. Or you do. It gets real philosophical, depending on how you look at it. But you'll know you really love God when you find yourself doing things for people that are not about what you might get in return. You do it because you actually want to. Then you'll know you actually, wow, it's like, why am I doing this? Oh, yeah, because I actually love God. I actually feel this in my heart. That's amazing. What a wonderful thing. That's life happening inside me somewhere. When you see me chopping down trees to put in other trees, I'm just clearing non-food trees to put in food trees. And I'm always planting more than I'm taking down in total. If you left the whole earth the way it is, you'd be surprised how little fruit grows if you just let all the vines and the other things overtake everything. So humans have hands and eyes and hearts and minds so they could cultivate the Garden of Eden, and alter it for the better. You can grow enough food on 1 acre to feed 100 people if you do it right. World lack of food and poverty and war is all an illusion perpetrated and created by those that are controlling the narrative and controlling the people. So if I'm taking down non-food trees to put in a bunch more food trees, that's just so my family and others have a better future. And it keeps the jungle healthy either way. So you might as well have piles of food, No, they say agriculture's only been around for 3,000 years. That's not true. There are civilizations buried on this planet that are 10,000, 20,000 years older that were more advanced than this one. And they had amazing agriculture. So the recent fake version of edited history is to give you one impression, to basically make you go along with the machine you were born in without questioning it, buy the things they want you to buy, live the life they want you to live, just long enough to not really collect much retirement before you're dissected in some hospital and drugged, and they make profit on you coming in, they make profit on you going out. History is part of a controlled narrative that makes all that profit work. But agriculture in various forms has been around longer than anything in recorded history. But there's been rises and falls of humanity more advanced than this one. That's another thing that the so-called elites are well aware of, but that doesn't fit their narrative for how they need everybody to behave, so they don't tell you that part of history. It's too far back anyway. I didn't grow much in a city, not really. They had too many rules. Every time I tried to do something, somebody had a problem with it. Human beings seem to hate living things in cities, so you're not allowed to grow anything. At least not where I was. They're like scared of it. Oh, that's alive and I don't like it. Yeah, I want everything gray and mechanical. Yes, Calda, yes. The most advanced, most developed, most astoundingly awesome one of all of us. Yep. Not a different species. Nope. Because he didn't say that. It's not what he taught. The crazy old people that murdered him and invented a religion, they teach it like he was a different species, but he didn't. He said, our Father in heaven, not my Father and your maker. Or, he said, some of you will bear greater fruit than I. I'm the first fruit on the tree. I'm showing you how it's done. Now, none of us have bared greater fruit because the beast came and deceived the whole world right back out of it, but it is theoretically, technically possible. Any wild animals join us? Let's see. Well, because of our dogs, not really. We do have a pack of wild boars hanging around. They're elusive most of the time, but we've startled them a few times. So in that, you could say we've attracted that here probably. And, you see certain things sneak in and take something here and there, like the rats did for a while, but we have cats, so there's not much of that anymore. We got these like ferret weasel things like this big and pretty fat. I see them sneaking around sometimes. But I say the biggest deal is the pack of wild boars. If they start really messing up some of what we're trying to grow here, I'm going to have to actually hunt them, you know. And they're smart animals, so if I take one of them out, maybe they'll just move on. They'll realize this isn't a good place to be anymore. And I'll harvest all that meat and keep it in freezers and feed it to our cats and dogs, you know. So it won't go to waste or anything. I don't want to have to do that. I'm hoping that by our dogs chasing them off and us startling them and stuff, because where we live, the whole surrounding landscape has things they can eat. So they may not linger here all that long before they move on anyway. So I'm hoping it doesn't get to the point where I got to kill or injure or, do anything to a wild pig. But I will if I have to protect the homestead. What have I been planting? Oh my gosh. I'll just try to rewind for the last few weeks. I planted 42 coconuts in the last few weeks, a lot of goji berries, purple corn, sunflowers, a rambutan tree, some hobo. Let's see, been planting guavas, been planting some more comfrey. My wife's been planting a bunch of things too. I'm just trying. I planted some more wild stinging nettle, propagated it, spread it. Planted some ginkgo biloba trees. I don't know. Off the top of my head, that's just some stuff from the last few weeks. We're always planning a lot of things. Not all of it works, but you find out what does well in a particular area and then focus on that more. Yeah, master of reality, I think you're onto something there. I think the human ego wouldn't be such a problem if it wasn't so misguided by the world that it's born into. An ego could be a really nice thing. If we were all born in some utopian, affluent, awesome species that took care of each other, our egos would all be healthy and they would all be awesome. So it is important to separate the need to say that an ego is a bad thing. It's not an inherently bad thing. You have to have what we're calling an ego to even be a human and have this experience, It's just that the ego is limited and it's not all that wise, and it's in a world where it's mistrained and therefore it's very dysfunctional in different ways. Some people's ego overcompensates by being domineering and deceitful and stealing and taking and afflicting others. Other people's ego gets too small and, they just go along with whatever and never make an effort at anything and try to be as small as possible. And there's every kind of dysfunction, but I don't see the ego as an inherently bad thing. I just think that in an ignorant, corrupted world like this, people's egos get trained to be very dysfunctional. Sometimes I do that, Calda, when I'm not in too much of a hurry. I talk to the trees and plants I'm working on a lot. I tell a tree, hey, I'm sorry I cut all that off you, but you know what? You're just going to grow stronger from it. You still have a big root system. Now you have half as many branches. So in these branches, you're probably going to bear twice as much fruit this next. I do. I have conversations with trees and plants sometimes. Other times I'm in such a hurry and I'm just trying to clear a section and I'm just soldiering my way through it. So kind of depends on, it varies. How do you feed your animals? Well, right now our cats and the ducks and the chickens are one thing. Most people ask me about the cats and dogs though. Right now they're eating mostly lentils and they like it. They do get some egg from chickens and ducks. That covers certain nutrients for them really well. And actually, my wife cooks tropical stinging nettle. The cats and dogs love it. It's high protein, it's high mineral, it's high everything. And they crave it. It actually improved the quality of their coat and made them less itchy, because there's always things in the jungle trying to make you itchy, things biting you, irritating plants. When you run around through the jungle, you get all itchy, but all our pets are less itchy since she added the stinging nettle. Pretty interesting. And then actually our cats, they catch lizards and stuff on their own, and snakes and whatnot. And the dogs, they eat a lot of fruit. Our dogs love fruit. Sometimes they eat so much fruit we can't even feed them anything else. There's fruits falling on different parts of the property, and they can smell it, and they go find it, and they just engorge. So actually a pretty good percentage of our dogs' diets is fruit, stuff they get for themselves. They love jackfruits and bananas and really anything. I haven't seen anything they don't like. Do I label what I plan, or do I remember by looking? I never label them, because whatever I would use to label it, like if you use a little plastic thing like you see gardeners do, it'll disappear in the jungle and you can't even find it. Like some animal will move it, and then I'm just polluting the jungle. And the label just burns off in the sun, and the sun destroys the plastic thing, and then it's shattered plastic I have to pick up. So it's not practical for me to even try to label them, honestly. And once you made the effort to plant it, you remember what it is. Sometimes I can't think of the name of the thing off the top of my head because I'm learning all these new names, exotic sounding things. But I know what I planted there, and I know why, So as many things as we planted, I haven't had problems remembering what they are. Yep. Agreed. New jazz. Greetings in Greece. Greece. How are you? Fist bump. Well, how to eat to grow as much muscle as possible is like a bodybuilder. Overeat and shorten your life and destroy all your organs, stuffing as much in you as possible, as gluttonously as you can possibly be, pumping your muscles full of calories. If you're talking about gaining as much muscle as possible, you'll definitely be shortening your life and living a very imbalanced life. But, me, I'm not trying to be as big as possible. I'm far from the biggest I've been, because I live in such a functional way now. I don't have the time to be eating and crapping all the time. I don't have the money. I don't have the desire. And I couldn't get anything done in the real world with that lifestyle. So my whole thing is to be pound for pound, super strong, super high endurance, super coordinated, super functional. And that does involve a lot of good muscle mass, but it's nothing like trying to be as massive as possible, not even close, And also there's longevity to consider. Most people that try to build as much muscle as possible, they're totally broken down by my age or dead, and I'm getting better, getting more functional in all ways. So my priorities are very different than that. No, I pray intuitively. Yeah, I wouldn't follow some structure, because then you're just saying words and doing rituals. I mean, think about your relationship with God. It's not the same as a relationship with a person, but let's just call it a relationship, because it is, or it should be. Would I go to my wife and read something off a piece of paper ritualistically? Oh, wife, you are my wife. You are a great wife. It is important that I have a wife. Oh, wife, thanks for being my wife. I praise you, my wife. I mean, I wouldn't do some nonsense like that to somebody I love, because it's empty and stupid, So like, why would I do it to the infinite consciousness? If I don't really have anything to say, I don't need to say anything. You know, it needs to come from my heart, or it's pointless anyway. It's just a ritual. And I'm not quite sure that's what you're asking, but it's what it made me think of. So, Antarctica? Are you serious? That's awesome. I mean, it's terrifyingly awesome. It's just awesome to be hearing from you if that's for real. No. You're joking. It's you, Shifu. No way, man. Antarctica. They even have internet in places like that? Somebody does. You're not really allowed to go to the Antarctic, though, much, right? Because of all the stuff the U.S. and the Nazis have hidden there together. Yeah, I didn't say that. Moving on. Supplements can be done really well, but it's a science and an art. I put together awesome supplement stacks that do amazing things for vitality and support each other properly. It's just as easy for people to hurt themselves with supplements because anytime you're taking a singular thing, there's a good chance you're pushing something else in your body out of balance further. This is why nature never gives you a singular thing. There's no such thing as a supplement in nature, right, guys? There's superfoods, there's amazing herbs, there's intelligent design, but there's no supplements. I mean, you could lick a rock or eat some charcoal, I guess, but basically there's no supplements in nature. So in order to use supplements well, you really have to understand a lot of things about what works with what and why and what you're trying to affect and how. And if you can do that, you can put together some supplement stacks that'll do some amazing things for you. I know from lots of past experience. I also found that unless you detox your body deeply, most supplements hardly get absorbed and do anything anyway. What period of time did my facial structure change a lot? Well, you know, I'm not sure because I was never paying that much attention to that. It's something other people noted and made me pay attention to later. I think probably from mid-20s through mid-30s, there was quite a bit of change, I'm guessing. It might still be changing. I'm not sure. Got to look at myself in another 5 years or something. Good to hear that, Justin. It's good to hear that. I'm glad I can be a confirmation. Yeah, I've done fully raw food, sure. Various periods of it, different types of raw foods, different types of extreme diets. I've done a lot of different things over a lot of years, honestly. When it comes to all raw, depending on what you're eating, like a raw plant diet where you're doing like lots of organic fruits and maybe like some green juices and stuff, that's a really good detoxifier and alkalizer, and it's going to build up your minerals and your enzymes a lot, which basically catalyzes a lot of energetic functions in the body to speed up to help with healing better. Generally, fully raw diets will involve a lot of weight loss, which most people could really use since a lot of their weight is made out of morbid tissue and parasites and lymphatic congestions and things that are not good mass to have anyway. If you go long enough on, say, a raw plant diet and you get really, really skinny and really, really clean and healthy, at some point you might want to add back in some cooked food so you can absorb more of the calories, depending on what your goals are, you know. Yeah, I try not to ask for much in prayers because the more I've thought about it, the more I'm like, well, what are we doing? You know, sometimes I ask for something like, would you please help so-and-so recover from this horrible thing that happened to him? But I realize, God, that you know all and I know very little, and you know what's best and why, and I don't. I only have my perspective. So that's my will for the situation. If it happens to align with yours, please, do some healing there. That's about as hard as I ask for a thing. Because otherwise, I listen to the way people pray. It's like, well, I asked God if I could just have this better life over here, and it hasn't happened yet. I hope he's going to do it, And I'm like, that's kind of silly. What are we doing? Like, are we rubbing a lamp and making wishes and hoping that today God feels like doing what you say? Because God is mysterious and you never know. Maybe he'll just give me what I want. Maybe he won't. I mean, it's silly to me. It's like, if I'm talking to an infinite consciousness that all life comes from, my level of awareness is nothing in comparison. So I like to at least end any kind of prayer. If I have some kind of request for something, I end it with like, your will be done. Your will be done. There's my will for the situation. If it happens to align with yours, all right. Let's see a miracle, but ultimately your will be done. You know a whole infinite spectrum of things that I don't, and you know what's best, even when it doesn't look like it to me. With K2, when you consume it, just like with D3, you need to consume them with oil, fats or oils. They're oil soluble, fat soluble. If you don't consume some oil with it, you're not even going to absorb it. So specifically when popping a K2 pill, I need to make sure there's some kind of, either some food that has some kind of fat calories in it, or, swallow a swig of healthy oil with it so it actually absorbs. The magnesium, you don't have to take it the same time, and I don't. You just need to be taking it daily so that there's enough magnesium in your system to work with the K2 and the D3. As far as superior forms of fighting, if you make fighting into fighting and include stand up in the ground put together, you're going to need something like jujitsu or really good wrestling and jujitsu. And on the stand up aspect, you at least need to be a really good boxer. Better yet, be a really good kickboxer, Muay Thai style, the real violent style of, stand up fighting that's most pertinent to real fighting. Those are a good way to go. If you're a stand up only fighter, you'll be destroyed by any ground fighter immediately. So, I mean, you got to be able to fight everywhere. But this is not a fighting channel, and I'm not going to talk about all the stories I could be talking about right now. But I couldn't help. I had to answer that a little bit. You get physically sick when you get a job. Yeah, the nervous system is dropping your immunity, so you're coming down with viruses and stuff, if that's what you mean by sick. Any kind of stress causes an acute drop off of the immune system, makes you totally vulnerable to whatever's around you. Shifu, I would say that they're the current pinnacle, but there's always lots of room for improvement. I kind of want to tell stories, but I can't. I can't do it to this channel. I can't go any further into that. The algorithm will send the wrong kind of people over here. I do, Calda. I do. I think that level of miraculous rematerializing of physical form is possible at the level he was at. Yeah. Yeah, combat with weapons is a totally, there's some crossover, but it's a largely different ball game with more variables. Body weight training versus weightlifting. Well, I do some of both. Your body is a weight, so to me they're all the same thing in a sense. I don't know why people want to. That's like people saying, I'm only going to eat with a fork. Well, I'm only going to eat with a spoon. Well, I'm only going to eat with my hands. And then all arguing about it. And I'm like, we're all just eating, aren't we? At the end of the day, the food goes in your stomach. I don't really care if it was a fork or a spoon or not. You know, it's like if the muscle gets the stimulus to develop better at something than it did, whether it was your body weight or plates on a bar or a tree, or a boulder or a bucket of dirt or anything. Force is force. I believe gay people will go to heaven. Sure. Sure. I mean, some. Yeah. No, there's anybody that tries to tell you that God ever said anything about having a problem with gay people is a human being that thinks that they or some other human being gets to speak for God. There's people that are just born wired that way. I mean, why does everybody need to accuse somebody of something just because they're different? Like, how about the fact that there's all kinds of straight people that are, you know what? I'm not going to get into it. But yeah, people should stop picking on people for whatever their sexual wiring is like. People should be treated as people. And why is what other people do on their own private time with each other your business or mine anyway? Why do we live in a world so weirdly nosy and invasive about stupid things like that? Anyway, I don't want to start ranting and raving about the stupidity of it, but do unto others as you want done unto you. Whatever you've done to the least of these, you've done unto me. What is the least? Whatever in your mind, as a human in your ego, whatever you judge as being the lowliest of humans, which is a false judgment anyway, but whatever you think is the least of humans, whatever you've done to them, you've done to God. Just keep that in mind. It clears up all these dumb questions that society's taught everybody to be caught up and struggling in. Clears them all up, all of them, real simple. It's too simple. You can't control populaces and profit off their life and death with simple truth. It can't be done. So you have to make things complicated and convoluted and divided and fearful and terrifying and outrageous and create all this drama. Do I celebrate holidays? Yeah, sort of, kind of, but I might stop in some cases. I don't really care, to be honest. You know, I, especially the commercialism aspect of it. I'm like, nah. When will I stream on the other channel? When we get to 30,000 subs. I've been, doing one each 10,000 over there. Maybe I'll do it sooner if I happen to. I don't know. But that's my loose plan. Yeah, no, the sun is just like a mitochondria. The sun is not the source of life. I mean, in a physical sense, it's a source of part of how life exists here, but it's just a mitochondria inside of a much bigger body, you could say, or mind, or consciousness. Possibly Shifu. Can't say. Yeah, those audiences, Master, I've had them before in the past, and it takes immaturity and just ridiculousness to a whole new level. And that's saying something on the internet, on the old social media web. Plus, if I confuse the algorithm, the channel just kind of goes dead and doesn't get promoted. And it's all too easy for me to confuse algorithms. Because, oh my gosh, to me, things are actually connected and they're not all separate. So I don't think like a machine. Therefore, the machine can't really keep up, I guess. Regenerating or reabsorbing a herniated disc. You just made me realize that apparently bodies reabsorb those sometimes. I guess that makes sense. Well, I'd use this stuff in my connective tissue stack on the other channel, New Earth Fitness. And I would definitely believe in healing. Because if you don't, if you don't, I've noticed this, you could do all the right things physically and get no positive result if your consciousness is like pessimistic about it. What time you go to bed affects recovery. I mean, I would say the quality of sleep you get and getting enough. If that's what you mean, then yeah, definitely affects recovery. I wouldn't say there's any magic time on the clock, but it's a matter of, did you get enough good sleep, you know? I was interested in your thoughts if an athlete could maintain elite production heading into their 50s or 60s or beyond with the personal knowledge you've gathered. Well, I intend to. So hang in there. Keep watching. I mean, 50s is right around the corner, and I'm getting better. So to me, it's entirely possible. In fact, I wish okay. When I master the 50s and 60s, then I can talk about even bigger goals, right? So I won't talk too much for now. I'll just be. A gut feeling, and some people turn out that your gut feeling was true. Well, there's, you're using some instinctive, intuitive faculty there, getting a, somewhat accurate reading on somebody. Yeah, I can't say that there's a source for humans in space-time exactly, a singular point. I don't see it that way. This thing we're looking at is space-time scattered out everywhere. To me, it just looks like we're inside the thoughts of the creator, honestly. It's just holding physical particles in this dimensional experience with its own focus and concentration and thought and desire. And it's just this endless expanse. And there's right in front of me in an invisible space here, there's enough energy to create bombs that could vaporize this planet, It's like there's infinite energy and infinite consciousness, and it's everywhere and it's nowhere. And I don't think our space-time linear human consciousness can dimensionally even begin to perceive, because you're asking like, where is the source? I don't think the question where, if we could see it in a higher dimensional truth, I don't think where is even a relevant question anymore. You see what I'm saying? Times of mental defeat. I'm not sure what you mean by that. Are you just feeling like really beat down right now? crushed by something in life and your mental state's bad. How to deal with that? Well, me personally, I use a lot of herbs to help me with my brain chemistry. I'm not afraid to admit that. Oh, that's a crutch, really? Well, I take zero man-made medicine and I run circles around my 20-year-old self. So I guess my crutches are pretty good, right? So yeah, I would use some herbal things to improve deep detox, all the things that build health and vitality, detoxification, healthy gut flora, healthy gut lining, good circulation, lots of good herbs, lots of good minerals, lots of good vitamins, lots of good enzymes in my body. It makes it easier to have better brain chemistry. And then, of course, what you do with your consciousness. What kind of thoughts do you feed and what kind of thoughts do you not feed? Over time, this takes you to completely different places. Nope. Calda, I did not succeed at that. I had a wisdom tooth impaction that was infected and really hurt me a few times. I used oregano oil to kill the infection that was trying to kill my brain or something. So that helped me survive, but I ended up getting the surgery. I actually tried to take it out myself with a pair of pliers. And after all the wrenching and grabbing and sliding and slipping off and struggling for a long time, I gave up and went ahead and had a surgeon do it. He told me I loosened it up for him, though. He said it came out easy. You must have done pretty good wrenching on that thing with your pliers. Wisdom teeth are really in there, man. But I had one removed. It's not necessary. Inner SYS, but it's the best part. I resisted it for years too. And all I can tell you is once you get past the little mental hurdle of, ew, that's weird, that's gross. And you just tell yourself, look, it's just a little bit of science. It's just a little bit of a scientific procedure I'm teaching myself here. And when you feel the benefits, then you're like, oh man, I'm glad I took that step. This is an amazing hack. You don't have to go around telling people about it, talking about it, and getting cringes from people. But it's the best part, and it's the most powerful part of the detox. And it makes all the other detox things people do work much, much better because you really can flush it out of the body instead of just busting it loose. Oh, it's hard to leave your business legally, and it's something you don't want to do. Man, that's a tough one. Wow. There's a lot of times in life where you realize, man, I am now contracted into something that's going to take me a long time to get out of. And sometimes you got to have a long-term plan, and you got to walk through a lot of unideal stuff to get there. If you're already deeply invested in something that you can't realistically just get out of, come up with a long-term way to get out of it. Try not to beat yourself up or drive yourself crazy in the meantime about being part of something you don't really want to be part of. I mean, the way I see it, being born in society, I was part of all kinds of things I don't agree with and still had to do, So, I guess you're getting a chance to cultivate long-term discipline towards a better vision, perseverance through things you don't want to be doing. I mean, there's a positive way to look at all this, but I'm not going to act like it's not hard. That's a hard situation. If you are going to make any profits in it, at least live below your means, save those up, and plan what you're going to do with the life you really want to live in the future. Use a mistake to empower something better in the future. And then you basically transmute that mistake into a success. It's like life alchemy. Some things really just do take time, though, to get it where you want it. Once you realize how deep you're stuck in something and how you're going to have to dig your way out of it piece by piece, Ooh. Dealing with addictions. I have an addictive personality, you could say, or tendencies. I don't know if that's something I was born with or it's due to this or that. But a lot of times I juggle. I change what I'm addicted to. And not all my addictions have been productive. Some have been destructive. But over time, I've been able to convert more of my addictive programming or whatever it is to more and more positive things. So if that's a possibility for you, to get obsessed with or get addicted to something that at least has some productivity to it in your life, that's one good idea. Otherwise, you got to change your brain chemistry completely in a long-term sense, which is going to require a lot of health improvements and addressing whatever beliefs, feelings, and traumas and conditionings you have in your life that push you towards being imbalanced in the way of addiction, you know? She said that if we want to get stronger bones, okay, Edward, I'm listening. Okay, we should consume eggshell powder. Yeah, I've heard of people doing that. Yeah, it's basically made out of the same stuff as bones. It can help, sure. Mm-hmm. Mask in my videos, just for fun. If nothing else, it gets an extra 1,000 comments per year just on the threads. What's with a mask, bro? Which helps in the algorithm. That's not why I do it. I don't do cheesy stuff for comments, but it's just me, dude. I just throw on my camo mask and be a mysterious figure lifting something in the jungle, you know. It's just cheap theatrics. I just go with my silly impulses for humor, you know, whether people get it or not. Humor or mystery or entertainment or whatever you want to call that. I just wear a mask sometimes because I have some of them. I used to tell jokes like I set world record. I've set some unofficial strength records with a mask on. And that way, when like the online fitness crowd gets all mad and tries to cancel culture me again, I can say, guys, don't do it. You don't have to like, you know, condemn me and make up stories about it. It's not even me. It's just some cyborg wearing a mask that I had to lift for me. So don't take it so personal, you know? I don't know. But now I've said too much. It's mostly just cheap theatrics. You would like to address the elephant in the room? Go right ahead. Elephant is listening. Yeah, I recommend taking just like one iodine drop a day, just so you know you have your essential iodine needs met, because without it, your brain is never going to develop to what it could have been. Your nervous system's never going to develop to what it could have been. Your immune system's not going to work like it should. And your thyroid, which is like on a timing belt with other glands in your body, if it doesn't have enough iodine, it can't work right. So a bunch of other glands can't work right. So I tell people, what's wrong with just taking the basic minimum dose just to make sure you have an essential to life mineral? You know, it's just completely logical. There should be no reason to be afraid of that. Now, I understand some people are taking, 150 drops a day, trying certain therapeutic ideas and stuff. That's something that, a person would want to make their own decision whether they ever want to try anything like that. But I think just your basic essential nutrient in a world where a lot of people are iodine deficient, and it has so much to do with your brain and your nervous system and your immune system and a bunch of other systems, why not just cover your basics, I've had dreams that really did seem to be that, Calda. They were very vivid. There was a name, there was locations, there was the type of person and what I was doing and all that kind of thing. But I can't say for sure that's what it is. It just seemed like it. It really felt like it. So, and the realest one I had of all, I was not human and I was not on Earth. That was anyway. Before I get off into dream stories, though, I'm certainly open-minded to the possibility that I've had glimpses of things like that. I'm open-minded to it. I did not personally see a lot of difference in energy from daily iodine drops, but I'm super high energy anyway. I would probably be high energy even in a state of horrible health. You know what I mean? Like, I think it's just how I am at this point. So that's not what I noticed from it. In fact, I don't remember noticing any different feeling at all when I started taking iodine. But it was part of a healthy stack of things I did while I was living in a city. And I occasionally use some out here too, just to cover our bases. And during that time, my health, granted, there was a lot of things I was using. There's a whole supplement stack, but I felt like that was a key part of it. And my health and vitality went up a lot. So that was part of a very successful supplement stack for me. I don't know, Shifu. I got to think about that a little. I'm watching you, Fokker. I'm watching you. You're a character. There's my neck workout, see? That's my monkey face. There, that's 3. Gotu Cola liquid extract. Wow, far out. You know, if I was in a profession where I wanted to be clear but also calmer, Gotu Cola. It's a wonderful adaptogen. The tests they did on it, highly stressed college students and other kids taking exams, they found that the kids on the Gotu Cola answered quicker, answered better, but were calmer in their nervous system and more tranquil the entire time. Parikh. I'd look into that. I've noticed it too when I'm learning something that's, I'm practicing something that's high speed and technical. I can learn it faster, easier, and clearer and be calmer at the same time with good quality Gotu Cola in my system. It's a really great adaptogen. And like any adaptogen, it has its own specialties. And with Gotu Cola, one of its specialties is the brain and nervous system effect. It's very nice. Harmonizes brain hemispheres, coordinates brain with heart and everything, emotions a little better. You know, there were cultures who said if you took it long enough, you become enlightened, whatever enlightenment means to them. But in the context of what you described to me, I think it would really help. I haven't been working on my neck, honestly. Like once a year, I'll do like a neck bridge. My neck's really strong. I mean, the last one I did was like over 5 minutes. A neck bridge. That's without training, you know? So I think because I flex and strain my neck so hard doing other things, I think it just stays strong just from flexing hard in different positions, you know? But I haven't been doing any training program with it or anything. Once in a while I do a neck bridge. That's about it. You know, when I wrestle with my kids and stuff, I end up using my neck like a fifth limb when I'm grappling. Use my neck and head to hold positions and force people and pin people. And, you know, it's like my lifestyle uses my neck, but I haven't been doing any People always ask me that too. Like, what's your neck training, bro? Because I got like pretty big neck and it's definitely very strong, but I've never actually had any kind of strength training program for my neck, other than just practicing some wrestler bridges here and there. You know, I'm not sure, Calda. I see why people theorize that, but so many things can change at any time. You know, it'll most likely, I always hold hope with my rose colored glasses that it could be better than this, but if you just look at patterns, which I do, what's likely to occur is that humans are going to abuse their technology due to their lack of spiritual and consciousness development. And basically, we're going to be set back to another Stone Age type scenario again, as has happened on this planet many times. But I do hold the possibility of the kingdom of heaven coming to earth. But if it's going to happen, it's going to happen through us. And that's not a popular message. So fat chance, right? I always hold hope because it is possible. With God, all things are possible. When I took Go-To Cola, what I always liked, I would get an organic powder, encapsulate it, or buy it in capsules, and just consume a bunch of it. And I would usually consume oil. I don't think it's an oil-soluble herb, but I noticed that if I consumed some oils with it, I felt like I got a stronger effect, like I digested it better. So I might swallow a bunch of Go-To Cola capsules and swallow some flax oil, and then I'd feel it more. Some people get an upset stomach because it's a lot of green herb, and some people's little tummies are too delicate for that. So you might want to consume a bunch of capsules of it with a meal, with some food, you know. I do not have the experience with the tinctures or the teas. I'm sure they work. I just don't know how comparable it is to the straight up powder. And nowadays, of course, I just eat the actual plant right out of the ground. Sometimes, well, you guys saw me drink some at the beginning of this Super Greens live stream. Some of it was in here in a juice. So that's probably the ultimate way. But I found the powder. I had some good organic powders that worked really well. I used to high dose it once in a while, like really high, like 50 caps of it, and have like an awesome lucid out of body, amazing talking to an angel, life-changing type experience. So even though it's a tonic herb, you want to use small doses every day to build up a positive change in your life over time. I have had some fun. What do they call it? Heroic dosing on Go-To Cola. I've had some good experiences that way. Just throwing that in there. Nice, Shifu. I'm sure some people would find that offensive, but I find it hilarious. I love your humor, man. Laughter's good medicine, and I can see you doing that. Wow, permanent runny nose. Probably has something to do with kapha energy trapped in the sinuses. I would look into Ayurveda for some ideas there, because they can get real specific. Like when this part of your body is dripping with mucus, it means, hey, do this, that, and the other and rebalance it this way. Ayurveda is real good for stuff like that. Brain chemistry and mental uplifting. Go-To Cola, Brahmi, raw cacao, velvet bean, Mucuna pruriens, ginkgo biloba, lion's mane, I think, if I remember right. Really, any adaptogenic herb, any true adaptogenic herb is going to help your brain chemistry and your nervous system a lot. And at the same time, it'll be helping your immune system, your bones, your muscles, your blood. Those magnesium flakes you found under my video, I make the magnesium oil out of them, and I also consume them. They're just natural elemental magnesium. They're really better. You got to chew up the flakes so they don't get stuck in your throat. It doesn't taste great, but it has a strong effect, and it's economic. I can buy a huge bag of it. Now I have just years worth of magnesium in one bag. It's awesome. But some people are not going to want to consume them internally, but I at least recommend those for the magnesium oil. They make a real good magnesium oil. They solubilize into water. You can pretty much make the formula however strong you want. So they're really good for that. And I also consume them. If you're going to ever shoot, or if you're going to ever take 50 caps of Go-To Cola, Jess, put some food in your stomach so you don't get, nauseous or something like that and ruin your fun, Dilute it with some food. It's a lot of green herb to be hitting the stomach all at one time. So if you're going to go big dose like that, take it with a meal. It'll do you better that way. A simple meal, something digestible. But I think that's good advice, yeah, based on my experiences. As far as how many diuretics, even one good one's enough. It's just that nature makes so many great diuretics, and there's nothing really wrong with mixing them. It's not like man-made drug diuretics where it can overdo it and like kill you and turn your kidneys into raisins and your blood into dust. Nature diuretics don't work that way. But if you are taking man-made stuff, sometimes they can take the effect too far or whatever. But I just found that at least one, but up to like 5 nice diuretics in a tea. They're all gentle, natural diuretics are much more gentle. That said, you still shouldn't be on them year round. You shouldn't always be on herbal diuretics unless you're a person that constantly has a water retention issue. And again, this goes to Ayurveda and different constitution types. Like I can retain water really easy. So for me, I do well consuming a lot of natural herbal diuretics. They suit me well, but some people are so dry to begin with, you could dehydrate yourself. It's still good in the short term for detox, but like I always tell people, make sure you're consuming a lot of minerals in your diet when you're using herbal diuretics, because you are losing minerals as you're detoxing using those. Oh, you are Asian? Shifu? Right on, man. Tonsil stones. Not sure. Didn't have those, so I haven't, looked into that particular thing. Tonsil stones. I'm not sure if that's from some kind of an infection or a calcification issue. Sounds like an infection issue. Probably need some serious immune system upgrading and detox for your body to break it down. That's my guess, but I don't want to guess too much because I have not researched that particular condition. So I best not say more right now. Why do I believe in the kingdom of heaven? Because it's within me. You love watching the He-Man workouts? Awesome. Much love to you too. Can you grow taller at any age and how? Well, probably. I mean, I grew like an inch in my 30s, I think just because my cartilage regenerated from being worn down. There are claims out there about reopening growth plates. They looked kind of scammy to me, but I still believe it's possible. I just don't know. I can't tell you how to do that. You want to reopen your growth plates, go do this, and it'll work. People are selling ideas like that, probably taking advantage of people. Now, you could go hardcore and get that surgery where you have your leg braces put on and they saw your leg bone in half and crank these little things and keep pulling your leg bones apart from each other. So then it'll fill in to try to reconnect, and then you pull it out a little more, and it keeps healing in. When they stop, you're 4 inches taller or something. It's pretty hardcore. But a lot of people, I think, would be taller if they had healthier cartilage. I know that was true of me. Not something crazy. You're not going to be half a foot taller, but taller, like noticeably, by regenerating worn down cartilage. Because as bad as nutrition and health is in society, I highly doubt anybody's really got, almost nobody probably has their full cartilage potential. If you think about all the discs in your back, if each one got a little juicier and gained like a millimeter, you'd be noticeably taller. So I'd look into things that are good for cartilage and connective tissue, and do some stretches and maybe some impact exercises to challenge those cartilages to make them build up, so that as you're stimulating them, you're also getting good nutrition. There's a chance you could thicken up your cartilage throughout your body. For example, all the cartilage in my hands has gotten so much bigger over the years from being beaten on various ways. And my fingers don't even fit inside of things they used to fit inside of in my 30s because the cartilage has gotten so much bigger. So I know cartilage can grow with the right stimulus and the right nutrition. How exactly to aim for doing that to make yourself taller? I mean, it's going to take some dedication. If you really want to be super motivated, you could probably figure out a way to get a little taller working with your cartilage, if it's really that important to you. I can tell you something from knowing a lot of different people and witnessing a lot of different things in life. The height someone stands at has nothing to do with the size of the man. And anybody with any real life experience can tell you that. I don't know, Arian. I don't know a way to tell you to do it. I wouldn't say it's impossible, though. Just because I haven't figured out a way to do that, because it's not something I focus on. I don't know if anybody has yet achieved something like that. Maybe. I mean, I heard testimonials that certain types of hypnosis helped somebody grow 3 or 4 inches taller in their 30s. I've heard these things, but I mean, you can hear anything on the internet, you know? Doesn't mean I believe it. It doesn't mean I don't believe it. But, you know, I prefer to teach people from experience, and experience backed by research, and try to be really responsible that way and not just say reckless things that maybe would sell clicks and views, but it's just noise and it's misleading, you know? So I wouldn't say it's impossible, but I don't have the formula to tell you how to do it. Ooh, that's a good question, Calda. Freely for donations or for a price or whatever. I don't know. I mean, I can't judge people. It depends on their situation. It's, you know, we live in such a weird world. If you give away valuable things for free, like I've often done, people assume it's worth nothing because you gave it to them for free. In fact, the people that should have benefited the most from my life have benefited the least because of how much was given for free. Isn't that weird? That's the world we live in. That's not the case. That's not always the case, but that's the case in a lot of situations. Sometimes if you want people to value what you're giving them, you have to make the price really high. So then they're like, oh man, I had to break the bank and go into debt to get this thing, this information from you. Now I'm going to take it seriously. But that's upsetting to me because that's a condition that came from everybody being part of Caesar's little kingdom with Caesar's little coins and image and making everything about money. You know, it's really unfortunate. So that's such a good question that it leads me to all kinds of conundrums, because the way things are now, there's no ideal way to do anything. You know, if I give great things for free because it's what I want to do in my heart, they're going to be largely undervalued or completely missed. Not by all of you, apparently, which is good news. If I make the price really high, then some of the people that needed it the most aren't even going to be able to afford to see it. You know? There's no winning in some of these situations, you know? You just got to do the best you can, I guess. Bathroom break, guys. 2 minutes or less. There is no bathroom. There is a bathroom. I found it. It's over there. It's over that way. Hey, hello in Oklahoma. You Okie? No. Just playing. Fist bump. Multivitamin for the soul. I like that. That's cool. I've never had a problem with fascia, really, so people are always asking me lately. I'm not sure why that's a buzzword. Like, back in the day when I did a lot of research online, like, nobody was even talking about it. I was aware of what a fascia is enough to, like, stretch a muscle when it's pumped, to loosen up the fascia so it's a little easier for the muscle to grow. But I never tore any that I'm aware of, so I don't know if people are dealing with fascia injuries lately. If so, it's like anything. It needs a certain amount of challenge, and it needs the right nutrition to recover from that challenge. Connective tissue integrity. That video I did on my other channel about how the way people eat causes tissue glycation and makes them injury prone. I think I called it bulletproofing connective tissue, how to avoid injury or something on New Earth Fitness. That would tie into what's likely causing people to tear fascia, just like tendons and ligaments. Tissue glycation. The K2 product I recommend is the only super high dose one I've ever found. Nothing else even has a high dose, in my opinion. I don't know the name right now. I don't know if you're subbed to my other channel. You must be. Yeah, I know you are. So it's under any of my videos about connective tissue, my health stack. It's that product. Super high dose and nothing else is. So, land of the fjords. Awesome. You don't want to destroy the ego. You can't really be human without one. The ego isn't your enemy. The ego is it's kind of an illusionary thing where you think you're this individual human, and whatever conditions and traumas you go through makes it pretty dysfunctional in a sense. What's nice is to be able to transcend the ego and find your spirit. And then you can look at your own ego from a place of compassion, but not let it lead the way, because the ego is well-meaning as some egos are, not all. Even the well-meaning ego is going to make mistakes and doesn't really know as much as it likes to think it does. So it's not about destroying egos. That's just crazy talk. It's just about, in order to live a more authentic, spiritually aligned life, your ego isn't really equipped to do that. It just isn't aware enough. So a person needs to find their spirit, and they need to align their spirit with the ultimate great spirit, which is really where all life comes from. Did you work or did you save enough to live? As far as profession, right now we're mostly living on a limited passive income from investments, but I work harder than I've ever worked in my life. And a lot of that is building things, some of which are future cash crop options. Okay. Among other things. So, yes, I work very hard, but I don't currently work a job. I think visualization certainly helps with working out for some things. Now, as far as teeth realignment, maybe. I think that you can program your own subconscious, or whatever we want to call it, the part of your mind that connects to how your body does cellular functions and stuff. I know you can have effects on that. So I think, I've had some really successful experiments with that, not with tooth realignment, but that sounds like a high level challenge one, but I think it's possible. I do. I think strong enough visualization is at least influencing the deeper parts of your mind that affect body functions. So I do think it's possible. Easy, probably not, but possible, yes. Mm-hmm. Yeah, acid reflux, usually you got to deeply detox the body, flush out the lymph system, liver and kidneys, get healthy again, rebuild the gut lining, populate it with healthy gut flora, never take antibiotics again, because if you do, you wipe all that out and start over at zero. And then eat simple food combinations that are proper food combinations. Till your body learns how to produce good digestive enzymes again and take care of basic digestive processes. Your organs are in a weak, toxic, and overwhelmed state, basically. So you can't even produce good enough digestive acid right now to deal with whatever it is you're eating. Granted, what most people eat is insane, because the concept of proper food combination is all but non-existent on Earth, and yet it's entirely scientifically accurately needed. So those are some bulletin points of it right there. Not really against fruit smoothies. Most types of fruit can be combined with each other. Some should not. I don't blend fruit personally because I don't want the sugars to hit my bloodstream any faster. I lean towards the insulin resistant side of the spectrum. So for me, it doesn't make sense to speed up the absorption of like fruit sugars and stuff. Some people can totally get away with that. So I'm not against fruit smoothies just because there's something I don't do, How do you do the mag oil? You just solubilize a lot of the magnesium flakes in water and spray it on as much surface area of skin on your body as you can reasonably get it on and let it soak in. Simplest thing in the world. And do it, you can do that multiple times a day or at least once a day. Yeah, I'm not sure about honey combining with foods. Honey's such a unique, special thing. I'm not an expert on that. I think you'd be okay combining it with fruits if you're a person that can metabolize sugar a little faster than I can, probably. And I think I certainly wouldn't combine it with anything real heavy, heavy, dense, high fat, high protein type foods. I wouldn't put honey with that, because it's just, when you have a dense food that's going to take longer to digest, you don't want to eat it with anything with sugar in it, because while that denser food is occupying that space and not breaking down quickly, the sugar has time to start fermenting, and then it becomes yeast. And a totally healthy sugar can become an unhealthy thing as it ferments into yeast. and it starts breeding yeast issues, most of which people already have anyway, and that can make it worse. That's another dinger there, Shifu. Nice. Yes, there are many, many, many anti-inflammatory foods. Think about this for a second, because you're going to realize how conditioned people are in society that they haven't thought about this. Check this out, guys. If humans lived the way I'm living here and ate all these plant foods, right? Every single food we eat is medicine. And by the way, I have never studied a plant food yet, or a fruit, or an herb that is not anti-inflammatory in nature. They all are. Now, let's say you live in a city where all the foods you eat are dead animal parts and processed foods that aren't even really food by the time it's been through whatever it's been through. All of those things are pro-inflammatory, and there's no medicine in any of them. Now, if the original medical system that they still quote to this day, even though they do the exact diabolical opposite, came from this Hippocrates quote about how your food should be your medicine and your medicine should be your food, that's because actual food is actual medicine, and actual medicine is actual food. But in society, everybody's been so far removed from that, they've never even seen this fact, and they don't realize that everything you're eating is the problem, and that everything in nature is anti-inflammatory. Almost everything. Almost every real natural plant-based food in the entire world is anti-inflammatory. So why are people full of inflammation? Their bodies aren't built out of what they're supposed to be. They're built out of lies, basically. So Rome is burning. That's the inflammation. There are beehives on this property, yes. And I got a bee suit, but I haven't had the time to use it yet and try to extract honey and see what that's like. That'll be an adventure. Much love to you in Germany. Of course, if the bee suit doesn't fit me, I'll have to make somebody else in my family do it. Much love in Mexico. Yeah, that's a valid concern. Optimus. I don't know if the cartel's everywhere, but it's not worth messing with. Definitely want to, if you're going to invest in making an off-grid life, you need to do it somewhere where you can actually feel at peace, you know. Otherwise, what's the point? If you got to be looking over your shoulder and living in stress anyway, it's not worth all the work it takes to create something like this, you know. So I like what you're thinking there. Yeah, nettle tea is good. That gives you the kidney, lymphatic, body cleaning elements of nettle. If you eat the plant, you get that plus a lot more nutritional elements. Nettle is super nutrient rich. The real plant actually has red fluid in it. Sometimes it looks like blood. I never knew that till I saw it here, big enough pieces. And it's a massive blood builder. It literally just builds blood. It's like plant blood that you just consume and it upgrades your blood. Can I explain what information is in an understandable way? Well, the root of it is being informed, right? So information is anything that your mind has been informed of. Doesn't make it true, because most of what people are informed of usually isn't true. But if you look at that root word inform, it means you or someone else has told your mind something. That's information. Whether it was a phone or a radio or a book or a person or a ghostly voice in a hallway, whatever. If something informed your mind of something, that's information, whether true or not. Wow. No, that hair stack is better than the one I did, TGA. Sounds great to me. If that doesn't address your problem at all, then you know it's some other totally different cause than anything that relates to whatever my hair loss was. Because the oils alone fixed mine. It took a while, but they did. But you're adding those nice essential oils. Yeah, I would expect results. I don't know how long it takes. Hair's kind of slow, obviously, but I definitely would expect results. Good results. No, I wouldn't try creating an off-grid self-sufficient anything in an apartment because you're not off-grid and you're not self-sufficient. You can't be in a city apartment. How is it possible? Can you create a living ecosystem that nobody can break in and or just pull the plug on the power? Or, you don't own the city, you don't own the building you're in, even if you're paid for it. It's all run by somebody else and it's their agenda. So I don't know, maybe you're just messing with me with that question, but there's nothing off-grid or self-sufficient that's possible there. Now, could you grow some herbs or something? Maybe, and that might be worth doing. But that's about as far from an off-grid self-sufficient reality as you could be. 46 laps around the sun. They tell me that's my Earth years, friend. Oh boy. Biggest mistakes when homesteading. Wow. Well, first we bought the wrong place that wasn't good enough for it. That's a pretty big mistake. Not really a mistake, but a setback. I've planted a lot of things straight into the earth that I should have kept in pots and got healthier. And I should have taken the time to research the exact conditions that some of these trees and plants want, so I could have found the right place on the property to start them. I've had a lot of setbacks that way. None of these are big mistakes, but they are time consuming. Let's see what else. What's another significant one? I don't know. Just little stuff like that. Just little stuff. Yeah. I'm glad you bought a trampoline. That's cool. Ooh, dreams. In my case, I've had a lot of lucid dreams. I've had a lot of astral projections, even from lucid dreams, as well as from awake. And I have spoken to what I'll just call angels, for lack of a better term for it. Not everything I ever spoke to gave me good, usable advice, but some things did. Life-changing, life-saving. For example, I was told by one of them, you're insulin resistant. Now, I didn't know that because I had never eaten sugar. I thought one health problem I would never have would have anything to do with insulin. But I had ate a lot of like keto, no carb, low carb, animal-based diets. So this person told me this in this dream, and I was lucid and I knew I was communicating with high intelligence because I had been through this before. And I was like, did it come from all the alcohol abuse in my past? And they said, no, you brought this with you as something to work on. And I was like, And they made some points about how movement and activity is important for me. So I wake up and I order a blood sugar test, a blood glucose testing kit, and I get it and I start testing myself. And sure enough, even while fasting, I was ranging from like high to like stupid high, even in the 400s. Some people go into comas and don't wake up around that level. And this was me every day. Super insulin resistant, blood sugar off the chart, and I didn't even have a clue about it. So I found that for me, a lot of it was emotional. A lot of it was stress. I could watch my numbers triple when I get upset. And so I've been working on that a lot over time. A lot of movement. A guy like me, you guys see how I'm high energy, right? This is a double-sided sword. I can go and go and go like a freight train as far as energy, but if I hold still too much, I start having problems, health problems. I need extreme amounts of physical activity to balance myself out and be healthy. So it's a two-side. I do the work of 10 men, but like I need to. But anyway, that was probably life-saving because I've been changing a lot of things ever since then and improving my insulin sensitivity. And I probably would have slipped into a diabetic coma one day and never even knew that I had an insulin issue or sugar issue. That's just one example of something interesting that happened while I was asleep one time. There's been many life-changing things. I like that question, Shifu. Why not just eat dirt if all the good grown in it? I thought about that too. I'm like, wouldn't some types of dirt be pretty edible? And they probably kind of are. But there's alchemy. I mean, it gets mind-blowing when you stare at a plant and go, wait a minute. That plant is using air and dirt and water and sunlight to build something else entirely. Something I do around here, it's called chop and drop, where you chop certain plants you don't need, you let them rot. Now, why am I doing that? For one thing, we got to clear certain things off other things. But another thing, the soil keeps getting upgraded. So you can grow plants in your dirt. What we have here, for example, is like red clay type dirt mostly. Now, over the years, the trees are dropping leaves and you're getting all this black dirt, this nice, soft, silty black dirt, like city people buy in bags to grow plants in. Now, how is that happening? Because the tree is pulling nothing but that red clay dirt up and it's creating a completely different type of dirt. So over time, the jungle itself is upgrading its own dirt more and more and more. And that means the trees and the plants and the whole atmosphere of the jungle around me is changing over time. It's upgrading itself. So something similar happens amazing when dirt and sunlight and air and water becomes a plant with all these medicinal, highly intelligent living properties, none of which could be found back in the base elements of that dirt. It's another example of a living spirit which is changing matter right before our eyes. Not a stupid question. It's a cool question to me. I think because Trismegistus, I surmise that it's probably because of the NDE I had when I was 2 years old. I died for a little while in a surgery. I'm guessing that's part of it. It's got to be one of the reasons. But there's probably more to it than that. There's been times where I was so miserable, I wanted more than anything to have never existed. And I found during those times, it's like a door was open to somewhere else out of pure desperation, maybe. I don't know. My energy body or something started leaving my physical body because I wasn't going to commit suicide because of how that would have hurt others. So that was not an option, but it's like my desperation to not be here and not be this person and not have to live the life I was in was so strong that I started leaving my body on a pretty regular basis. So I don't know if that correlates to anybody else's story, probably not, but it was weird because the second I would leave my body, I was no longer miserable. And I looked back at my body and I could see it was filled with pain. Like the emotions were actually, most of the negative emotions were trapped in my body and left behind me. Some of them I took with me, but most were left behind. And my lucidity was higher the second I was outside my body than it ever is when I'm in it. So even though I was at simultaneously one of the hardest times in my life, it's almost like to balance that out, I started experiencing some of the most miraculous things at the same time. And I did have beings tell me that they thought I had died when they saw me out of my body a couple times. And I took that as a warning that I am so upset right now that there's a chance my body will fail. You know, I could have like a stroke or a heart attack or just seize up or something because I am so miserable. I was always listening and putting together pieces of things that I heard and was told because I found that they're like Easter eggs and the meaning of them unlocks more over time. But anyway, that's getting way out there for this channel probably. And at this point, I'm greatly inspired by life, so I almost never have any kind of astral projection. occasional little one once in a while. If I happen to sleep in, I can almost do it voluntarily. After the second time I start to fall asleep, I can almost walk out of my body voluntarily at this point without almost 100% of the time. But I rarely sleep in anymore. And occasional lucid dream once in a while. But because I'm so engaged with what's going on in my life here on Earth, and I'm making progress with it, it's meaningful. It's meaningful, valuable, what I have a cause to be doing. All those other things don't happen much now. Yeah, I'm aware of some of those people that live that way in the desert. They ate suffering-free diets. They ate very little. They ate clean. They lived very long compared to most people. Some of them were able to work miracles as well, healings of things that were considered incurable. So, of course, the Roman Empire eventually tortured them all to death. Yes, ego is misunderstood. Most anything's misunderstood, because people are poking at an understanding and they're reaching, and then a bunch of others just jump on the bandwagon and say power words like ego that gets you lots of attention, and they have no idea what they're talking about. And they don't even care that they don't know what they're talking about, as long as they're getting lots of attention and selling clicks and views. So yes, of course, it's very misunderstood. Most people are in their ego to the point where they cannot observe their ego from a separate place. So what does a person think? What is a person who is only experiencing their awareness through their own ego? What are they supposed to think when they hear about an ego? How are they going to interpret that? I don't know, but it can't be very accurate, right? I've seen those too, Evan. I've had them threaten me. Not all are negative, by the way, but some definitely are. I got to where I fought them too, chase them off. Yep. In fact, I know at least 2 or 3 other people that have seen those too. Whatever we want to call them, you guys are not the only ones. Whatever they are, they're real. Some of them are pretty negative, like scary, hateful, negative, but they're not near as powerful as they want you to think they are. Once you know you can be stronger and make them leave, you can. Isn't that interesting? Power of consciousness. When I say I rarely sleep in, I just mean I get up early. On the rare occasion that I don't get up early and I go back to sleep, or I start to go back to sleep, it's like easy for me to astral project for some reason. It's easy for me to get my body in a state where it's basically asleep, but I'm not. And then whenever I'm in that state, it's pretty easy for me to disconnect from it, walk away from it, sit up, stand up, and leave it behind. But I rarely ever sleep in, so I rarely ever do that. Yeah, the Essenes were like that. They had their own community way out in the harsh part of the desert where they should have been left alone because it's not land anybody wanted. And they were healing people that would come to them from all sorts of things that would be considered miracles. And the Roman Empire tried to torture their magic out of them so they could have it. But of course, their magic was living in alignment with God, and you can't torture that out of somebody. Obviously, you're only getting further from it. So when that didn't work, they just killed them all, burnt their books. We have a few, Same old story. Talk about ego. There's how bad it gets. There's no limits to how bad it can get. How many hours do I sleep? 5 to 6 probably usually. What do I think about clairvoyants, mediums, and psychics? I could tell you a lot of stories, things I used to do and get paid for, but it's all over the place. You got a lot of fake ones, you got some real ones, but even if you have some of those abilities, it doesn't mean that even you yourself can understand all the ins and outs of what's going on. So it's a largely unmapped art and science. No, I don't really have any book recommendations about real history, to be honest with you. I don't know what I could trust. I mean, how accurate can a human be knowing things that they can't see now that happened when they weren't alive based on what evidence is left over, and what little evidence any individual person actually has access to? I put together some of it from just a lot of pieces of different parts of archaeology and some different sciences, as well as some intuitive stuff, some visions that have helped me put together some other parts of it. But I wouldn't sell a history book based on what I know. I just have kind of a broad, generalized understanding of the fact that there's been more advanced civilizations, iterations of humanity, but they had the same problem we do. Their technology, which looked different than our technology now, is different versions of it, but their technology far exceeded their spiritual alignment with the ways of the Creator, the ways of truth and life. So the abuse of the technology, the abuse of the worldly power caused the fall of the whole civilization, the destruction of it, all of it. And humans keep resetting themselves this way because their obsessive addiction to greed and control and lust for power, lust for worldly power. Not everybody has a whole lot of that, but there's always somebody who does, and they always take it to extremes that just have catastrophic consequences. When the technology gets big enough that your sins, if you will, can have catastrophic consequences, then they do. For skin health, you have to do the same things. You have to cellularly detoxify your whole body, lymph system, organs, rebuild your gut lining so it stops leaking crap into your whole bloodstream and organs and skin, and brain and everything else. Populate your gut with healthy gut flora. Eat digestible, simple food combinations from real foods, as uncontaminated as possible. You do that for a while and your skin gets radiant and good. Your skin's just reflecting internal conditions. It's not, it's not something where you take a specific thing just to trick your skin into looking good while not addressing any of the root issues of why it doesn't look good. Your skin is telling you something about what's going on the inside. Any daily recommendation for lifting that big rock eventually? No, the old-fashioned simple thing of just maybe once a week, maybe twice a week, you try your hardest to lift it. You should notice improvements. I would keep it simple like that. You're showing your body exactly what you need it to get stronger for. Granted, if you could find some related exercises, something like a deficit deadlift or something, you could get some extra volume in and beef up those muscles that you're going to use for that lift. That wouldn't hurt if you wanted to make a training program for it. A lift that's close to the same thing, but something you can get a weight that you can actually rep, do some heavy sets, maybe 5 to 8 rep sets, maybe 3 sets once a week, something like that. You'd be beefing up all the muscles you're going to use for that lift. Nice one, Shifu. Yeah. What an awesome ability that would be. I read part of it, Triz. It's just like another religious book written by men, acting like they get to talk for God. I mean, there's some good things in it and some not good things in it, just like anything in the hands of men. But when a man writes something and tells you that it's God, if we weren't heavily brainwashed from birth, we would see a lot of red flags right there with that immediately, because that almost couldn't be more absurd. And you got billions of people just convicted that they need to believe that completely absurd idea. Fuzzy caterpillars, huh? They are. They're almost one. What can I say? It catches debris falling out of trees before it goes in my eyes. Hey, guns and poses. Do you think you might have got gaslit a lot as a child? How you're always wrong and somebody else is always right? Did you have to dishonor your own inner child a lot to survive the environment you grew up in? Based on your question, I wanted to ask you that. Fuzzy caterpillars. Wonder if they'll hatch and have wings one day. Be able to fly with my forehead. Eyebrows have achieved the state of oneness. Oh, that's awesome. That should be like a t-shirt thing for unibrow people, like a bumper sticker. My eyebrows have achieved the state of oneness. That's great. No, I haven't read that book. About the ego. I didn't yawn. That didn't happen. Denial's not just a river in Egypt. How can I get closer to God? Well, you can't. God is in every particle. Everything and every non-thing is permeated with the only energy that creates life and consciousness whatsoever. And all that is part of what we accidentally picture as some dude with a crown somewhere. So you can't actually get closer. What you can do, though, what you're really looking to do is open your metaphorical spiritual eyes and ears, i.e. your heart center, to become aware of the presence of God, which is infinitely more valuable. Then you're cultivating the kingdom of heaven within your own holy temple, and God is abiding with you and through you because you're in alignment. Yeshua is the very best guide ever to this. So things in writing I'd recommend reading and meditating on: the Essene Gospel of Peace, the Gospel of the Holy 12, the Book of the Natsarim, the Gospel of Thomas, the Gospel of Mary. Non-Romanized writings that are much more accurate. From the first fruit, the first human being to be fully one with God ever. First fruit on the tree. He did not have unlimited knowledge, Calda. You know how I know? Because he was experiencing being human. That's one thing. He made that point many times, that he was experiencing both things, oneness with God and being human. But also, he was asked one time, when will the end be? You notice how religion's all about selling end time doomsday nonsense? And Hollywood does it too, and politics and mainstream people and non-religious people. Ideas about the end of the world are always being sold. It's a very popular topic. So one of his disciples one time asked the one they call Jesus, Yeshua, they said, so when is the end? And he said, I don't know. That's only really for the creator to know things like that. So he didn't sit there and tell people, I know everything and, blah, blah, blah. He was just always honest and forthright and straightforward. And, he made points like you should be living your life knowing that at any second your life can be over, this incarnation. You should be investing in what is eternal instead of wasting your efforts on the things you are guaranteed to lose. Worldly things you are guaranteed to lose no matter who you are. So look how hard some people fight for those things and how bad they're willing to hurt others and do any awful thing for more worldly things, which they are guaranteed to lose. And then you get to answer for what you've done. It's like infinite foolishness, really, if you actually look at it for what it is. Gray hair is not a strong sign of aging. It's not even directly correlated, no. In fact, in nature, the strongest animals in many animal types have the gray hair. It's a sign of maturity. The reason it's associated accidentally with aging is because in this world, people are aging, what we call aging is just DNA damage, and people are breaking down at such young ages they're not even fully mature yet, and their body's breaking down. So somewhere along around the same time, you're getting white hair, and it's like, see, white hair, that's because you're getting old. No, it's not. I've done all the research on it. White or gray hair has F all to do with actually aging. It's not even related. What we're calling aging is just an accumulation of DNA damage, diminished organ function, diminished gland function, diminished connective tissue, diminished nerve function. That's what people call aging, but what it really is just accumulated DNA damage. The errors in DNA replication are outpacing the repairs in DNA replication. And people have a strong belief based on their culture and the world they're born into. They have very strong beliefs about what age they're supposed to be, how broken down, and your cells are listening to you, so they're making it come true because you're programming them that way because the world told you to. But no, I went through all that science one time, and graying of hair has nothing to do with becoming weaker or aged or feeble or anything. Different people's gene sequence will just have their hair lose its pigmented color and become like a fiber optic tube that actually absorbs sunlight, channels it down to your scalp the same way a polar bear's hair works. That's what's actually happening when your hair is turning white. It's just changing its form. So that should help. How do I stay composed with what my neighbor's going through? I will admit it stressed me. It stressed me. It's not overwhelming me, but I hate what he's going through, and he hates what he's going through, and his wife is going through something really, really hard, and it's very, very stressful, I'll be honest. You know what helps me? I've been crushed with so many types of stress for so long in life now in so many different ways. It's finally gotten to the point where I've learned, not 100% perfectly all the time, but I've learned to keep pulling myself back to the present. Like right now, I'm engaged in doing something I consider worth doing, communicating with you guys. So if I'm engaged in that and I'm in the present, what I'm not doing right now and what I'm not focusing on right now isn't bothering me because I'm actually here. I'm actually present. If I start losing that and stressing about what's going on with him, what am I doing? Because I'm not doing anything to help him right now by doing that, right? I'm only hurting myself and I'm missing this opportunity. So I guess that's just putting your house in order. Is like, here is where I am right now. Here is what I have in front of me. It's of value. If I can be present with it, the many other unresolved things about this world, which are infinite, when you start looking at them all, there are infinite things for me to be miserable about in this world. And I used to. It almost killed me many times. I was way too aware of way too much from way too young an age, and nobody ever understood me because of it. So I think I've had to learn more and more. If you want to hold yourself together, actually be some kind of a shining light, make a difference, you need to be able to constantly pull yourself back into the present. That's what's been helping me. Oh. Yeah, see ya later. I've actually been announcing it on the other channel. I have a bigger YouTube channel that I announced I was going to do a live stream on this one. But the thing is, I don't really ever know what time I'm going to get on. I tend to always do them on Saturdays. So if you want to sub to the other channel, you can. It's called New Earth Fitness. I'll try to remember. I will try. No guarantees because I keep getting overwhelmed with more and more things I'm trying to keep track of lately. But I'll try to remember to announce it on this channel. And I'm at least planning to do one this coming Saturday, say. You'd have to use your heart, New, and you'd have to have the eyes to see in your heart. The real living spirit of the real living God testifies truth all the time, but humans don't hear or see because their heart center is closed. And it's not your fault. It's due to the trauma of coming into a world like this. Your heart center closes before you ever had a choice in the matter or even knew it happened. When the heart center is open, it knows truth when it hears it because it already had that same truth inside of it. It's just hearing a confirmation of what it already knew. Now, the brain, the head, so-called, where everybody's been trained to live, it can believe anything that's totally not true, and it can murder and torture and do any insanity based on its false beliefs and convictions. So the head should not be leading humanity, the heart should. But that's a little difficult to understand when you don't know what your heart center is, how to feel it, how to open it, and what life is like when it's open. I had to pray for help with that, a lot of help, to get any help, to make any progress with it. The spirit of the living God is the only thing where truth is truly written. It's not in books in the hands of men. You can find some truth written in some books by the hands of men, which claim to be God's writing or something. But who is this God that writes things on physical objects with pens and paper? That isn't a God. That isn't God, you know. The only place where higher truth truly exists is in the consciousness of that which all life is coming from. And there is no shortcut, and there is no easy path, and there is no just believe this and you got it. Those are all, nonsense. But there is an honoring of your intention. If you seek because you genuinely want to know God and be closer to God more than anything else, your intentions will be honored to whatever degree they are true. That's real. In other words, creation works exactly like it should, just not like you're told it does. Yeah, I think if you have more toxins and inflammation, you're going to need more sleep because you're just in a more weakened state. People that have been hurt bad in an accident tend to need more sleep. Same kind of thing, The Gospel of Thomas is not a Gnostic scripture. If you actually study what Gnosticism is and what its root beliefs are, some of them are very problematic, and Gospel of Thomas may have similar verses to some of the things in Gnosticism, but it's not a Gnostic text. It doesn't have the actual theology of Gnosticism. And a lot of people repeat what they've heard because they think it makes them sound smart so they can not take a more serious look at something. It's just birds chirping in the jungle repeating what they heard chirped, basically. Yeah, he came and explained that he fulfilled the actual law of Moses. Love God with all your heart, love your neighbor as yourself. Not all that other nonsense that was made up by the lying pens of the scribes, as written about in Jeremiah 8:8. He did fulfill it. He came and fulfilled it. He came and actually lived the truth. Love God, love your neighbor. Because despite everybody's talk and religions and all the nonsense, nobody's done it. The simplest thing. That's what he fulfilled. That's what he said, not what those who killed him say about him. You have to study him and block out all the other stuff everybody's been brainwashed by to ever have a chance to actually hear him. And that is profoundly difficult for people to do in a world where this much effort's been made to make sure you don't. Gnosticism believes this world's a trap created by a false lower god that has people caught in some reincarnation loop, extracting their suffering, yada, yada. And yeah, there's parasitic entities that get you upset so you can leak energy emotionally and they can live off of it because they've disconnected themselves from God. And now they have to live like little vampires sucking life off of you and me because otherwise they can't sustain themselves. But that isn't the same thing. Gnosticism is kind of a hopeless worldview, to be honest, if you look to its roots. And it's nonsense. I understand why people get that impression and come up with crazy ideas like that, but it's not real and it's not accurate. The big root beliefs of Gnosticism are crazy. Why I'm talking about that on an Earth Roots Healing channel, I guess it's okay. Worst case scenario, one day some of these live streams get flagged and I have to take them down. I've had things get flagged on this channel before. Pretty good stuff too, and I had to just delete it, so the channel didn't get deleted. At least they gave me that option instead of just deleting the channel, like a bunch of my past channels. I mean, all you got to do is tell me what video I'm not allowed to have, and I'll delete it. That's fine. I may not agree with it, but I'll delete it. You don't have to delete the whole channel. That's right. Yes. Good question, Shifu. Anybody has my permission to archive any of this anywhere. People are always telling me to do it like I don't have enough things to do, but thank you for asking. And you know what, guys? If you make a Rumble channel and eventually this content gets you some kind of money, good. Happy to help. Happy to support you. Okay? I don't believe in intellectual ownership of property. There's no such thing. All consciousness exists within the same greater field. So I don't sue people and play sick little games. That's my idea and you're not allowed to say it. No. If it's an idea worth spreading and you feel like sharing it with somebody else, do so. I don't own anything I say. That's nonsense. So I'm going to disagree with the whole world Caesar system on that too, because I'm not greedy and I refuse to be, and I refuse to hold down useful information out of greed and patheticness like that. So guys, if you want to archive anything here anywhere, of course you have my permission. And that is now recorded. Okay? Just to make it clear. Thank you for asking. Yeah, and if you just want to make your own copies and store them on your own devices, go for it, of course. Absolutely. No, I don't specifically do that in the garden. But anything we're growing on the land is doing that itself anyway, you know? It's an actual living natural jungle ecosystem. So I don't have to like invent underground mycelia networks or anything. Oh. I'm glad you hear that, Isaac. It is true. It is true. It's sad to me. It's sad to me that my interpretation of, or my experience of the creator within me and within life itself is the most positive thing anybody's heard if they actually listen to it. I mean, I know it's very positive and I'm very grateful that I've been able to develop this kind of relationship with the creator after all the horrible other states of consciousness I've been in before now. But I find it profoundly sad that that's so rare on this planet, you know? And then I look at what the institutions have done to make God into a monster and program everybody with that. And it's just, that bothers me even more than the war on genetics, you know? It really does. It's just, man, evil abuse on top of evil abuse on top of evil lie. I'm kind of surprised humans have survived at all this iteration, even to this point, to be honest. The amount of things working against human beings and how they're all, you know, trained and coerced into working against each other. Like, It's incredible that there still is hope for this species. But there is. I've wrestled with guilt and shame quite a bit in the past, mostly. I've aligned my life to where I don't go out and do things that cause me guilt and shame now. But, there's still there's mistakes I've made that are still cringy to look back at. But I no longer wrestle with guilt and shame because I know they're unproductive. The point of feeling bad about something you do is just to repent of it, which just means, whoa, I'm not doing that anymore. I'm going a different way. I'm going to live a better way. And as long as you do that, then you've used it for all you can use it for, So at this point, no, I'm not wrestling with guilt and shame, but I have a lot in the past. And a lot of it was false guilt and shame. I've been through a lot of gaslighting in my life. I didn't even know what that was. I've been through so much of it, I didn't even know what it was. I thought it was just life. But turns out a lot of the guilt and shame I wrestled with in life, I shouldn't have been. I should have been protecting and nurturing and rebuilding my inner child, but the world doesn't teach us this, does it? Yeah. And then there's things I did that literally are cringy because I was so dysfunctional. I just did some dysfunctional, horrible thing, and I feel bad, But I can't waste any more time feeling bad. I've genuinely repented about it between me and God. And going forward, I just use moments like that to motivate me all the more to do good unto others to what degree I can, That's all you can do with it. Use a mistake to create more positive fruit in the future. That's what you can do. Or in the now. Huh. Some of y'all have a Discord somewhere. Celilita. I'm not sure if it's on. Hey guys, if any of you are here that have a Discord, either here, I don't know if you've mentioned it on this channel or the other one or whatever, but you could post that link on here for those interested if you want. Or in the thread below this video, if you come across this later, not in real time, go ahead and post it below, for people interested. Check below. Maybe it's there in the illusionary future time, which is now time when you're coming across this recording. I'm watching you, fucker. I'm watching you. No strength lost and you lost 25 pounds. Yeah, buddy. Me too, man. Actually, whenever I focus on strength and health, I always end up losing weight. I always end up losing mass and getting stronger while I do it. And that's a more functional body. I mean, maybe you don't look quite as swole, but it's like, dude, I'm stronger and lighter, which makes me double more functional, Awesome, man. That's efficiency. You're winning on both sides of the coin when you do that. Oh, you're doing the impossible, bro. You can't lose mass and get stronger. Yeah, right. Maybe you can't if you believe that. That's nonsense. Titanium is a lighter metal and it's stronger than a bunch of heavier metals, right? Boom. We're titaniumizing. We're titaniumizing. Yeah. You heard it here first. We're titaniumizing. Liver and pancreas is a little different as far as specifics, but guys, what am I going to tell this person about how to heal their liver and pancreas? The same things I say for almost every basic question I get, right? Start with deep cellular detox. I don't know if you're on my other channel, but my health playlist, use the first 5 videos, especially the first 3. It's called New Earth Fitness. Go over there, I'm not telling you what to do. You know, I'm not a licensed yada yada, so I don't get to tell you that these things really work. But they sure work for my special pet tiger. He's superhuman. Anyway, New Earth Fitness, first 3 videos at least on the health playlist. And then if you get through those and integrate them and you're 900,000% healthier, you might want to even start doing the things in the videos after that and take it even further. If you get addicted to vitality like me, being that I have an addictive personality, I figure it's kind of like a laser. Most of the time when you have an addictive personality, it's just damaging things everywhere. But if you aim that laser at the right thing, good stuff can happen, right? Nice. Your skin's starting to shine. I like it. Titanium maxing. Yeah. Yeah, man. You guys create anything you want, Shifu. You know, I mean, you can credit me with some of these ideas if you enjoy it that way, but remember, I don't expect you to. And humans always put their own twist on things, whether they know they're doing it or not. So I don't care what you call it. I don't care if it references me or not. But if some of these ideas give you guys ideas and you want another place to discuss them and work with them, absolutely, man. I just want you guys to know you never need my permission for stuff like that. The truth is, negative entities they come along and they cut snippets of things I say and go make it into something else just to slander me and whatever. I mean, things I do are going to get used for the wrong purposes without permission being asked. So if you guys want to use any of this for something positive, by all means, you know, I don't own these things. None of us own these things. Right now, I'm just kind of being a radio transmitter to tune into some of these things just to put it in words to help stimulate improvements in all of our lives, hopefully. Have I struggled much with gluttony? No. I can overeat. Like at one time, I can overeat a meal, just like overdo it and hurt myself. I don't usually like doing that. What I've noticed, though, it has nothing to do with gluttony or laziness or anything like that. There are times when I'm stressed and I eat too much because it's like I'm trying to just distract myself from how stressed I feel. And I will overeat till I'm like stretching my stomach and in pain, you know. I don't do it that often anymore. But that's the closest I've come to gluttony, you know. I don't know about this Brian Johnson person and their vitality thing or whatever. I do my best to just be a Padawan with a great spirit, you know. I don't really have any people that I follow per se. That said, I pick up a useful tidbit from somebody here and there, but I usually forget whose name it was I heard it. I go test something or something clicks with me. I go, you know what? Yeah, I can see that. And I'll go try it on my own and end up adding it into some other thing I've been working on. But I don't really follow anybody, to be honest, except Yeshua ben Yosef. I'm his Padawan. Ecdysterone, you mentioned, is the only thing you buy online. It's the only thing I buy, like workout specific supplement type related thing. Okay. Yes. What brand do you get? I don't know. It depends on what's on sale and how much I can get for what price. As long as it has decent reviews and I can afford it. But I've switched brands multiple times because it seems like every time I buy some, whatever company I was buying it from either jacked their price up or they disappeared or I find something different at a slightly better price. So I don't have any specific brand to recommend to you. As long as it's got good reviews, it's probably legit. The things I've noticed with ecdysterone, a lot of people have a lot of digestive weakness issues, and that's part of why it's not working better for a lot of people. And I also find that you do need to dose it a lot higher than what's recommended. If you want to notice like anything you can see in a mirror actually change, and maybe even, I wouldn't say significantly, but I have noticed that I'll get like a more grainy look, like a denser. I don't even gain any mass. It's just like it adds a little bit of a 3D effect to the muscle somehow or something, you know. But I have to take a higher dose than what's recommended. But the other reason I like it is I feel better. I feel herbal well-being type effects from it. It's a nice supplement, but you do have to take more than what's recommended usually to notice. And the results are not huge. You know, don't kid yourself. It's not like you're going to blow up on it. But you might notice you can rep more things, or you can lift a heavier weight and you just feel better doing it. You might notice better recovery. You might notice you look like a little bit recomped while you're using it in a positive way. Those are things I've noticed from it. And it's good for your connective tissue too. So it's good for cartilage. So it pairs well with heavy weight training and stuff like that. If you can grow ashwagandha in an apartment, then sure, why not? That'd be cool. Nothing wrong with that. You can do it Hasselware. And you got to, you know. You got to do it. Nobody's going to help you with that. They can't. It's if you I believe in you. Let me just leave it at that. I believe in you. Oh man, I wouldn't have anything to do with the current school system or the career thing, you know. It's all just Rome 3.0 to me. Yeah. The school system puts your mind in a box where you learn to be a widget, you learn to perform functions, you learn not to question authority. Think about this. Think about detention, for example. What is detention? It's practicing for going to jail. That's what it is. Oh, you misbehaved. You questioned the teacher. You ruffled somebody's feathers. You made a noise. You spit a spit wad. You did a boo-boo, whatever. Now we are going to put you in a room and hold you there against your will for a certain amount of time. You were already teaching kids to get used to going to jail. Because in a world where politicians are writing thousands and thousands and thousands of new laws every year, you can't get out of bed in the morning without breaking certain laws, whether you know it or not. So you're just being set up to be taken advantage of, cradle to grave, to put it lightly. You got to get your GED or whatever, but if you can do it in like a home online school, that's what our kids do. Then you're not even limited about where you can be or what time of day they do their schooling. Then they get more sovereignty of their time. As a family, you get more sovereignty of your time and what you're doing with it and stuff like that and where you are. Instead of just practicing being in a prison system 8 hours a day and having to do something that's totally unnatural to kids. Sit still all day and take in information so you can be a good worker drone. And it's totally against their nature. And if they wiggle too much, they drug them on Ritalin or something, make them drool on themselves, give them a bunch of endocrine problems, gaslight them, tell them they're a bad person because they can't hold still and be that boring all day. And what do you get? What do you get for that? The kid that does really good and studies really hard and gets 100% on all their tests, maybe they get a scholarship, maybe they don't. They go off to some college, they get out of it when they're 36 years old, and then they get to be a doctor and help people die from drugs and surgeries they didn't need and make a bunch of money and have an airplane. And I don't even the best case scenario of what's being sold with school and careers, the best case scenario still looks terrible to me. That's the best case. It only gets worse from there. That said, I'm not trying to stress anybody that your kids are in school. Look, you are where you are, and you're dealing with what you're dealing with, and a lot of it's unideal. And I'm not blaming you. I'm just giving everybody my honest, taking a look at the so-called education system and how that leads to the so-called career system. Man, It's just not acceptable to me. I had to live through it and be part of it and reverse engineer my way out of it, but I'm not judging anybody for being in it, that's for sure. But man, totally unacceptable to me. That's why I've gone this far, you know, to create a newer, better way of life. Because fighting with others about what's wrong in the system, all you're going to do is fight till you die from it. That's just stress and drama and misery, and it goes nowhere. There's no fighting anything that's going to lead to anything. To me, the solution is to create. Leave it behind and create something better. That's a good quote, vegan anthem. Is being a monk choosing the easy way? Depends on the person. Being a monk would be a real challenge for some, and it might be what they need. For another person, it might come easy, and it might still be what they need. For another person, it could be a waste of their life because they're hiding from engaging with a world in ways they could have made a difference. You know, I can't say. I cannot say. Only God really knows everybody's motives and everybody's aspects, knows every individual thing better than it knows itself. That's why humans passing judgment on each other themselves with a complete lack of information is insanity. Over now for now. Hoolilu. Much love to you. I don't really make any dishes. I'm horrible. My wife is she's awesome in the kitchen. She makes superfood things healthy. I'm horrible. When my kids were eating the food I made at home, we just called it gruel. And then my wife made them some real food. Now they're spoiled and they'll never eat my food again. I don't even eat my food because my wife spoiled me too. She made me discover that healthy things can actually taste good. And there's no going back now. So yeah, I don't even make anything that qualifies as a dish, to be honest. Like I'll grind up some herbs and drink it. I'll eat some fruit. I'll mix up a protein shake and put a few things in it, you know. None of that qualifies. So, I get an F minus. Oh man, wild garlic, yeah. Garlic is such a powerfully useful herb, especially in a world where people get infected and infested with all kinds of foreign junk in their body. Garlic's great. It's a cleansing fire and a strengthening fire. It saved countless lives before, and as long as some GMO company doesn't figure out how to wipe it out, it'll save countless more lives. I know. My wife's pretty shy about these things, so I'm not going to force her into a live stream, but you never know. You never know. Maybe it'll happen sometime. You're very welcome. Miss Javandenberg, very welcome, my friend. That's one of the most inspiring discoveries to me in life, too, is how very real it is that you are the indwelling spirit in this galaxy of cells, and they are taking their cues from us. And when we take our cues from this world, we program our own cells for disease and so-called aging and just decrepency and all kinds of problems. But if you take sovereignty and go the opposite direction, it's actually amazing how much vitality You can talk your own cells into producing, because they're listening to us. They're honoring our spirit. It's like our cells recognize that we're from God, even if we don't. Uh-oh. There's an inflammatory statement. Sadly. Yes, you're a master at baiting fish. Gotcha, man. Just be nice and throw them back after you catch them. Teach them a lesson. Stop biting hooks. See? Stop it. The next person might eat you. You master baiter. Apathy after a spiritual awakening? I'd say you're in a stage of the awakening, because when you awaken further, you're going to have all kinds of life purpose like you've never had before. So don't stop where you're at. It's just maybe a detox stage where you're disconnecting from the dopamine connections you had to a whole bunch of things that you now realize are completely futile and practically embarrassing to even be a part of. So I can see where you hit a slump there and the brain chemistry drops off, because it's like all the things that I got excited about, all of a sudden I can't get excited about them. Uh-oh. This sort of feels like you fell into a void or something, but keep going with a spiritual awakening and get to the point where you're getting into the whole, oh my, I'm starting to discover I have higher purposes for being here than I ever imagined before. Don't stop. In other words, don't stop. There is no being there, by the way. There is no, you're not there yet. There is no there. There isn't even time and space. However conscious you are, you can always become more conscious, because the ultimate consciousness is infinitely conscious. And that's what we come from, and we're aiming to grow enough to be in greater relationship too by becoming more conscious ourselves. So you're never there. Don't ever stop. The good news is, wherever you're at, it can always get better. Connection and condemnation and conviction of the Holy Spirit. I'm not so sure the Holy Spirit is the thing condemning anyone, my friend. I think that man has made up a lot of man-made doctrines about what the Holy Spirit supposedly is. Let's break the root words down: whole and spirit. Spirit of God, spirit of living God, because the only actual God I know is all good and wonderful. And if you get to feel any of that, the presence of it, you aren't in any condemnation anymore. You realize that the condemnation comes from a darker place that we fall into. So how would the Holy Spirit be condemning anybody? I mean, again, this is me swimming upstream against all the man-made doctrines for thousands of years that have just dominated everybody. But that's why they don't want people to ever think or feel for themselves, because a lot of stuff becomes self-evident and you're like, ha, that's nonsense, So whatever's condemning you, if you're feeling condemned, or if you're condemning someone else and you think it's the Holy Spirit, it's not. You are welcome, Shifu. High dose cacao. Getting into that nice flowy state of creativity and fun and communication. I know what you mean, man. It feels great. It really does. Sometimes, and I don't know if you've had this, but sometimes when you high dose it, you might feel a little nauseous at first, because it is a bitter herb, which means it has a purging effect for like the gallbladder and the liver. So I've noticed a lot of times when I set out on a big old giant amount of raw cacao, I get a little nauseous for like the first half hour, maybe hour. But I always know it's good, because I'm like, I took a good dose and this is going to get real good when that part passes. And actually got to a point where I didn't really notice that anymore. So it must have purged enough goo out of my gallbladder or something. I don't even get that effect anymore. I'm just throwing it out there for somebody else. They might get nauseous taking a bunch of cacao and think, oh, it's not for me. Just remember, that is a bitter herb, so it has a purging effect. So you're probably feeling your gallbladder and your liver getting out some nasty goo. And it'll pass, and then you'll feel awesome. God and Holy Spirit are words, man. Just like any other word. They're just words. The evidence is what lives inside me and animates me and speaks through me. I have infinite evidence. But the wording I'm using is a problem because religion came up with those words. The Roman Empire came up with those words, and they've used those words for awful things. So I'm giving people a frame of reference based on where they're starting from, a lot of people, but I could just as easily be using different words. The source, the force. I mean, does Star Wars work for you? Everybody has a different wordology, and they all want to fight with each other over that instead of seeing the deeper meaning behind things. Forget the words. Words are clicking, popping sounds. Monkeys could be trained to make words, but would they know what they mean? No. But it's hard not to trigger people with words when people have been inundated with fear and rage and judgment and doubt and negativity, and some of those words were involved. I am super glad to be helpful, to be of some useful service to you. Bajzen, it's an honor, my friend. Much love. Yeah, I think running has a pretty similar effect to rebounding, not quite as strong, but if you run on the regular, you're getting plenty of movement for your lymphatic system. Then again, running in heavy chemtrails, I mean, I would suspect that, yeah, you're still strengthening your heart and various parts of the body from running, but you're also taking in extra toxins while you do it. So does one thing completely cancel the other out? I don't think so. But see, I'm not in the inner circles of what happens to be in the cocktail of everything that's in a chemtrail currently, you know. So I can't tell you if that's worth it or not. You have to make your own choice there about what you're going to do about that, for sure. We may have bots in the chat, huh? That happens. Whatever. Maybe you're a bot. Maybe you're not. Let's all try to put you on the spot. No. Bad. Bad. I think it's sort of healing in a way, like a small group and like-minded people with high vibrational behaviors coming together for a few hours. Is it possible that a live stream can be a source? Yeah, absolutely. Healings can happen when hearts are aligned in a higher vibration of well-meaning, well-being towards each other. Sure. There are spontaneous healings that happen. You know, and what's funny is most of the healings that occur in our body we're not aware of. You know how many times we've all had cancer and gotten over it? Countless. For example, that might have happened to several of us just now, you know. But then there's those ones where you're aware of, and then that gets called a miracle because we actually notice it, you know. Two to 3 months now, the better, simpler diet combos, your skin's getting better. I'm liking what I'm hearing here. Celito. Yeah, I like what I'm hearing. I'm noticing your posts. They look like progress. That's awesome to hear. Yeah, I mean, you could, no doubt you could do some gut repair while you still have a lot of toxicities. It's always, you know, it's always on a spectrum. It's like however toxic you are, and depending on what toxins they are, they're going to limit or slow the effect of a certain healing process. But if we couldn't heal when toxic, we'd all be dead. You know what I mean? Because we've always had various toxins in us. So it's just a matter of the less toxins you have in your body, the better the healing process is going to work. You know, everything's on a spectrum that way. And a lot of people are just, they're so far beyond a point of toxicity where many systems in their body just can't repair in the situation it's in. And then we go, oh, that's disease and it's normal. Just take your pills and get your surgeries and live in a padded room in a hospital in a wheelchair and just check out on your life and let us harvest your parts and make zillions of dollars off of you. And everything you ever worked for that should have gone to your kids will go to us instead. And then we'll use that to do more experiments on other people. And now I'm rambling. I'm sorry. Moving on. Yeah, you're saying that tender feeling is kind of on my ribs above my stomach. Above your stomach. Remember, the actual stomach is way up high here, almost with your heart. So if you're talking lower ribs down here, that's probably small intestine territory. Yeah. In most people's small intestine, where most digestion occurs, is like a scary R-rated carnival movie or something. So no doubt you can still keep making improvements there for sure. I'm probably still making improvements there myself, to be honest. You will really issue a level in this lifetime. So if you do, why I wouldn't expect to get to Yeshua's level in this lifetime? Because I've never even heard of or seen anybody with a fraction of his courage, let alone his miraculous healing ability. So I don't want to put limits on things, but it's just I've known a lot of people and I've done a lot of things, and I know the difference between how big man's talk is compared to how big man really is. And if anybody thinks they're anywhere close to his level, they're far from it. That's all I'm saying. Now, that said, if he said some of us can bear greater fruit, I still think that's possible, because I think there's situations some of us would be in where a certain miracle might manifest in our life, and it might be a huge thing, a huge miracle that makes a huge difference to a huge timeline of humanity. It doesn't mean that you have to be the greater than Yeshua or something for that to happen. It just means that in the right circumstances, it is possible that one of us human beings might actually manifest something so great in our lives in alignment with the will of the Creator that it could be considered a truly gigantic, miraculous miracle. I do believe that's possible. I've seen some pretty big miracles in my own life, but none of them bigger than stuff he did on a regular basis, that's for sure. How do you share God to others? You see God in them and you treat them the way you would therefore treat them accordingly. That's one way. You be the hands, the eyes, and the heart of the living God, wherever you are. That's how you actually share God. That's why there's been a real lack of God being shared on this planet. Man's tried everything else but the simple truth. And there are exceptions. There are people that are sharing God in the way they live. There are. I don't know about Boss Rutan's O2 trainer. No, not sure what that is. These easy questions. I don't know. O2 trainer. That's pretty cool. Yeah, my personal detox protocol is the first video on the health list on the other channel. New Earth Fitness. First video on the health topics playlist. That's my personal. When I finally put it together to a level that completely changed my life with deep cellular detox, that's how I did it. And from time to time, I do it again. So that's what my protocol is. Nair Proxy, the last time I paid any attention to that, granted it's been a while, how people are using the law of attraction for love and romance, I found it ridiculous, honestly. Now, maybe that's just who I happen to notice, but it comes down to your motives. Like, when you just want something for yourself, when you want some other person to make you feel good, you're not even ready to be in a loving relationship because you're not bringing it yourself, you know? So I noticed a lot of people coming up with a checklist of things they want some to manifest some other person to be all this and that for them. And that's purely selfishly motivated, which means even if that did appear, you would ruin it because you're being a vampire, you know? I would say a much greater wisdom with loving relationships is to leave it in the hands of the creator and say, look, I intend to be love. I intend to be the source of love. And I need you to find me someone else who will. And you know what's better for me more than I do. So rather than me come up with some silly, superficial checklist of things I think I want this other robot person to be for me, why don't you surprise me with who they are and help me be in that relationship what I need to be? You know, when you're looking to be the source of what you're looking for, you're a lot more likely to manifest a healthy relationship. Last time I looked, people are writing little petty, shallow lists about what they want in someone else. It proves to me they're not very loving to begin with, and they're not ready to be in love or even know what love is. And so it's no surprise to me that relationships are hideously failed all over the planet. And the law of attraction thing in general, it's like people took sort of a part of one sort of spiritual principle and made it into this really sellable, selfish, me, all the crap I can get. I want money, and I want to party, and I want to travel, and I want a partner who looks like this and does this for me, and I want to drive this and fly that and have this profession and live in a place like that, blah, me, what I want, me, I want. Give me a genie in a bottle and grant all my wishes. And it's like, do people really believe that the next scam that can be sold to you based on all your own selfish motives is really going to be some groundbreaking real thing? I guess they still do, because ideas like that still sell. They always have. But, I'm not saying that people don't manifest things. Like when I was talking earlier in this same live stream about how I had always had this dream of getting to actually touch, handle, be in physical contact with lions, tigers, and bears specifically. And not because I watched The Wizard of Oz too many times as a kid, but I literally wanted that so bad and fantasized. I didn't know I could ever have it. I just fantasized about that as a kid growing up. And I manifested a situation eventually where I got to volunteer at a place where I got to do all those things. And the richness of how that feels in my heart, having had that experience, it's indescribable. So there are things that can manifest. Did I know I was using the law of attraction? No, and I wouldn't even call it that to this day. But somehow, being in alignment with something that was authentic to my heart and that was not out of alignment with the will of the creator, it manifested. And it was awesome. So manifestation is real in some way, shape, or form, for sure. But when I read that little book called The Secret, I was simultaneously really interested to test this supposed thing, but I was also immediately sort of offended by how shallow and how selfish and how egotistical, like the whole premise of how it was being written and sold to people. I could tell immediately it was like, this is not really the whole truth by any means, So those are just some of my ponderings, I guess, on that. K2D3, healing a crushed foot, magnesium, in and out. Any other solutions? Yeah, a comfrey poultice externally and Solomon's seal internally. That'll help put the bones and cartilage back into place and strengthen them up faster. Yeah, so Peace bra, you say you visited this successful person with a healthy, happy family, but they didn't have the deep peace you're looking for. So are they really healthy and happy, or is that more like they look the cliche of what we are conditioned to think is healthy and happy? Are they really? Or are they just being a cliche? Because you recognize that this is not deep enough. It's not what you're looking for. It's good that you observe that. No amount of worldly success or money or lusts and pleasures or any of the things people get that they think they want ever actually makes people happy. It actually makes them worse generally. In fact, the more of those things that are given to you, the harder it is not to lose any semblance of any kind of relationship with the Creator and to sink deeper into darkness. This is why Yeshua was always saying, woe to the rich. He wasn't saying woe to the rich because they're bad and they're mean and they're spoiled compared to the rest of us. He was saying, you should feel sorry for them. Because a person given kingdoms and wealth is much more in trouble, much more challenged to ever find and cultivate the kingdom of heaven within themselves. It's much easier for you as a poor, miserable, suffering person to find that than it is for that person that was given that. That person has more stacked against them. It's the opposite of what the world says, right? Oh, them rich, elite people, they got it all and we all got crumbs and we got nothing. Are you really jealous? Do you really want to become some kind of depraved, demon-possessed, baby blood-drinking psycho or something? Like, careful what you wish for. What the world tells you is success, it's upside down. It's like you're falling from a higher dimension of real truth and you're falling into this lower physical dimension where the heavier things settle to. And the further you fall, the higher the gravity of this physical reality gets and starts pulling you harder. And now everything it's teaching you about what it takes to be successful here is pulling you further from the actual nature of what you are and where you came from. Isn't that interesting? I've used horse dewormers, and I know other people that have used them. I didn't get any worms out because I didn't have any worms. I'm one of them rare people, but others did, and it works. But I can't say that. I didn't say that. I'm only talking about my pet hamster and my toy tiger and my fluffy stuffed animals. And, I don't have a PhD to wipe my, I don't have a PhD, so I can't say that. Yeah. I'm buying the idea they're bots, although I have seen actual humans that can't form coherent sentences any better than that either. Even in live, real time. Like, anyway, you're probably right, though. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and that external stuff doesn't bring peace. The richest people in the world do the most disgustingly, hideously, god-awful things you can imagine in their underground rituals and cults that they enforce on each other. They're not at peace. They're so far the opposite direction from peace, man. They're not. They're just a legion of demons in a husk, in a corpse, a walking corpse. It's very, very dark in there, darker than you can imagine. So external things aren't peace. Granted, that said, it's a lot easier to be at peace here in nature than it is somewhere where they're dropping bombs on your town, right? So I'm not saying that external environment doesn't affect your peace. I'm just saying that the people that got all the stuff, it doesn't get them any peace. The very fact that they're screwing over the rest of their species to have all that stuff and to hoard it like that means they've already transgressed in a way that brings all kinds of darkness upon them and into them. So they can't have peace. They can only have the opposite. Hydrated and cool? Well, I do get dehydrated and I don't stay cool. I get on the verge of heat stroke pretty often. But I come in the house, I take a break, I get rehydrated, and then I go back when I feel better. I just kind of take it in rounds, I end up on an average day where I get work done on the land here, I soak, and I mean soak, 100% saturated. I hang up a pair of pants and a shirt they're 100% wet, and they will form big puddles underneath them, big puddles from my sweat. And I do 3 or 4 sets of clothing per day working the land here. That's a lot of sweat and electrolyte loss. It's really good at cleaning my skin, but I have to compensate by taking in a lot of minerals and hydration, or I would simply die, because that's a lot to be losing. And, you get painfully thirsty and hot. I mean, it's pretty obvious your body's a hurting unit. But if I forget to rehydrate enough, I get woke up in the middle of the night by severe Charlie horses and cramps in the weirdest of places. And I have to hobble my crying butt to where I can get some water and drink it and pay the price that I forgot to rehydrate enough before I went to bed that day. Some of the ins and outs of living in a sauna. Do I make any art? It's in my nature. I can't say I've done it for a while. I like making music. I like drawing, Actually, you can consider like the rock gardens and stuff I've built around here. And part of the landscaping I do is art. So yeah, I'm always making art. I just can't help myself. It's therapeutic. It just comes natural. Yeah. I hear you, Nicholas. I hear you. Hold on. Am I blonde because of sunlight exposure? No, strangely enough, my hair actually turned blonde before we got here. Turned blonde. Like I had very light blonde hair when I was a little infant. And then as I became like a kid, it got to like darkish brown with hints of reddish probably. And then as a teenager, it's just like dark brown. Young adult, dark brown, even darker. And then somewhere in my 30s, it starts lightening up. And at some point, it totally changed color. My hair just totally changed color. Something to do with just all the changes to my physiology, It's very interesting. I think the sun probably adds to the blonding effect a little bit, but it did that before we even got here. Depending on how much protein you're trying to get, xylitol. I'm sorry. If you're like a physique athlete person or something, you're trying to get a certain amount of protein, and you want that to be more controllable and dependable, I recommend organic pea protein. As long as you're not allergic to it, it's very digestible, very convenient, and it's my only protein supplement that I like. And that way you can much more easily modulate amounts of protein and do some experiments and, time your protein intake and control the amounts and stuff like that. INFJs. Pretty sure that's what my wife is, if I remember right. Seems to be very unique. A very unique, special kind of consciousness. But what I'm going to say to you, I would probably say to anyone, and that is honor yourself, honor your inner child, honor your intuition. Do your best to keep the peace with people, but don't let people stop you from being who you really are. I think that's my advice. How do I help myself get out of a relationship where I'm too afraid of hurting the other person's feelings by leaving and putting them over myself? I don't know the ins and outs of your relationship, but if you know it's not healthy for you, and if you know you've given them plenty of chances and they're not really open and see, I'm trying to imagine what you're going through there. I don't know your motives, but if it's really a situation where you would be a better version of you separate, you're going to have to do it somehow. You're going to have to create that boundary. But again, I don't know your motives. I don't really know what's going on. I don't know who in the relationship is really where most of the responsibility lies and where it's not working. But if you're sure you need out of it, you got to do it, and you got to go heal somewhere and rebuild your inner child and create a healthy boundary. It's kind of weird because in a way you kind of have to be mean enough to create the separation, but at the same time that certainly doesn't mean that you hold anything against that person. You only wish them well. But if your healing and growth as a person requires you being separate, you do have to create that boundary somehow. So sometimes you got to be kind of harsh in life and do things you don't want to do. It's uncomfortable. Somebody's going to get their feelings hurt. It sucks. We can't always please everybody. That's for sure. And if you really know it's the right thing, you still got to do it anyway to activate more of the potential of bearing fruit in this creation, if that's what it's going to lead to. No, I don't think cohesion by transgression could be used in the opposite way, because when your motives are coming from like a kingdom of heaven point of view, you don't have to force anybody to do weird stuff to be part of some cult. That's part of what's wrong with religions. They're all cults. It's like, believe our weird doctrines or you're a heretic. Do not think, do not feel. It's madness. No. When you're living a life of bearing fruit in alignment with the creative principles, which is adding to life more abundantly in some form or function, there doesn't have to be any weird pacts made or anything. You're doing it out of a sense of love emanating from your heart. So there's no need to sign a contract or do a blood ritual or put yourself on some file that's going to hold you accountable or any of the weird stuff that cult cohesion by transgression stuff takes to an extreme. It's a loving thing and it's a free thing. There's actually freedom when you're coming from a place in your heart that has you doing good because you want to. It's even freedom from sin at a certain level, because he who goes on sinning is a slave to sin. I'm sure the church doesn't like hearing that, because everybody just believes false doctrines about how you're a sinner and you can't do anything about it. Nonsense. You guys, you got some funny comments. Yeah, that's a big thing to do. If you're in a relationship where you're the one being abusive and you just can't help it, and as hard as it is, you leave that relationship, that's a strong thing you did, because it wasn't easy for you to leave. You did something that also caused you a lot of discomfort, but you did it so you would stop causing that discomfort to them. I find that very admirable, because I haven't personally seen myself. I haven't personally seen a lot of examples where there was an abusive dynamic in a relationship, and the person causing more of the pain realized that, accepted it, faced it, and took themselves out of the equation. I find that impressive, to say the least. I know it's unideal, the whole scenario, but I think you did something strong and impressive when you did that, from what you're telling me. Living water is just a parable for living spirit, a wellspring of eternal life flowing up within you, the kingdom of heaven, the spirit of God, life abundantly. They're all just parables and visuals for a concept. See you later, my friend. KOKSMA. Much love to you. Well, the best way to gain weight and mass fast is just to damage your body being a glutton. I mean, sumos are good at it. They're the best. In a sport that's completely based on how much weight and mass you have, just be as gluttonous as possible if that's honestly what you want to do. Yes, for eye health, I'd look into the liver eye meridian and TCM, traditional Chinese medicine. Learn what you can from them, and then just Google and research herbs and plants and fruits that are known to be good for eye health and see which ones you can get your hands on and make part of your lifestyle. As far as authority of knowledge of gardening, I picked up a lot of basics just reading things in the past. At this point, it's mostly trial and error. But if I'm going to order in a new type of tree, say, I make sure I understand what growth zone, what kind of soil it likes, what kind of watering, how much, and I try to emulate that to some degree here. And if that's not practical here, I don't buy something that I'm not going to be able to, give it the right properties to live. Just basic stuff like that. I just keep it simple. And then most of it's just trial and error, observation, learn through experience. I'll plant, let's say I got one type of tree and I got 5 of them. I'll plant them in 5 different places with 5 different types of soil, 5 different types of lighting. Some of them will be on the side of something steep where water drains more. Some will be on something flat where it holds water more. And I'll compare in the coming years which one's thriving, which one bears fruit. Sometimes I'll feed different types of compost or different types of infused water to one tree and not to another. And I'll use a different thing on the other tree and compare over time. Because you can learn quite a bit by other people's writings, but you'll find that sometimes you'll learn even more better and more accurately, in fact, always really, if you have the time to actually do things and observe it for yourself. That's how I prefer to do things because I'm outside working and busy and doing stuff. So for me, it makes most sense to do most of it by trial and error and observation. Basic scientific method. Have a theory, test your theory, make some notes how it worked out, and then test another theory based on those notes. Basic scientific process. How do I deal with egotistical or self-seeking people? I try as much as possible not to, but of course, sometimes that's not entirely an option. I just try to limit the interaction, and I try to limit all entanglements. Because you'll notice people like that will try to get you into drama and get your life trapped into some kind of fight or struggle with them. And I am very slippery. I've had to develop this skill my whole life of getting more and more slippery. So they may think they're getting me caught into something, and then suddenly they never see me again and don't know why. So part of that is that I have enough autonomy or sovereignty, creative control of my own life, having an off-grid, self-sufficient lifestyle. I don't need anyone. That's the thing. So if you're going to be a pain in my ass regardless, I'm not going to hold it against you, but I'm also not going to play. Like, I don't need this, So I'll try to politely find my way out of it. And if I can't politely find my way out of it, then I'll be as mean as I have to get my way out of it. And then just keep that separation and not deal with them. Are my kids interested in computer science? Maybe a little. Not exactly. They're better on a computer than I am, probably. I wouldn't say that's any obvious calling for them yet at this point. I can shoot you a bit of a dream interpretation in this live stream if you want. I got to get going soon. It's been pretty long. But if you can give me, here's what I need. Not just the things you think were significant in the dream. I need you to tell me every single thing you remember. Colors, sounds, words, people, gender. If you're in a car, where were you sitting? What color was the car? Who was driving? How many people were in it? Every detail you can possibly tell me, colors, sounds, smells, words, anything you saw. It doesn't even have to be in order. Just list it, write all those words, and I'll see how much of it I can translate for you. Just real quick to see if I'm rusty or if I'm still pretty good at this. Yeah, vibe. I think a lot of people are trapped in that life in society. It's not a life you chose, and all the things you were trained and conditioned to do and make life about, none of it's fulfilling your spirit. So you feel that sort of pointlessness, and then you fall into sin because sin distractions are everywhere to fill that hole. That's another part of how society is built, to get you into traps that make you more stuck in the trap you're in. So you got to do some authentic soul searching and go deep enough to discover something about who you really are, and then start making your way towards an authentic life that's authentic to you. Because there is profound untapped energy, like a wellspring of life in that, if you can find it. Yeah, if you want something on your dreams last night, same thing. Give me every detail you can, and I'll see if I can interpret some of it for you. Any word, anything, whether you think it's significant or not, if you remember it, write it down. Just write out the words, any words you can. Oh man, I cannot explain your NDE. That's not the same as dream interpretation. I would not dare. No. Look at the meanings in your life as you go on along, unlocking things like Easter eggs, and whatever you know is part of an authentic higher path for you. See how it ties to your NDE. That would be my best advice. I know a lot of people would tell you they know what it means. They don't know what they're talking about. That's a different stratosphere, and I would not want to get in the way and dilute your own interpretation of it, which may or may not be accurate, but it's better than me diluting it with my guess. Nicotine dreams, yeah, that would change it a bit. There still might be some interpretable things in it, though. Nicotine in a plant, I mean, a tobacco plant, for example, has certain values and uses, like any natural plant. If you get addicted to nicotine, you should get yourself off of that. You don't want to be addicted to something. But most of the products that have nicotine have all kinds of man-made chemicals added. So I think nicotine is getting blamed for a huge plethora of problems that are caused by other synthetic things, to be honest with you. And I would not take straight nicotine or anything. But if it's mixed in a natural plant that I'm using a certain way, it's not going to bother me. Okay, nighttime, very dark. Two tall, dark-skinned guys took my electric bike, which is lime green, and slings it over his shoulder, punches me, and I'm bleeding from my nose, and I head home in a bad mood. I can tell you exactly what that means. It tells me that you're being too male because your heart got broke, like everybody being conditioned in this world, and you no longer know how to balance your head with your heart and fly, essentially, onto a higher path of reality. That's exactly what it means. And it's actually very, very common. Many people's dreams are telling them something very, very similar. Those are all very obvious signals, actually. And you can't see this for yourself, okay? That's another thing that was shown in the dream, which is also incredibly common. But if you learned how to open your heart center and balance head with heart, you would find that your life can move on to a divine guided path where everything's higher and better. And you're not trapped at this seeming level of karma that you're experiencing everything from right now. We're all supposed to be male and female, by the way, when the two are made one. Just because you have a certain gender, that has to do with reproduction and physical divisions, but we're all supposed to be equally male and female in our consciousness so that we can be a higher consciousness. And it's missing. Almost everyone, including females, are too male on this planet because everyone lives here and no one remembers how to live here. We don't even know we lost it. And that's where the magic and the miracles come from. Have you offered your kids to run your channels? Not to run them. I don't really need anybody to run my channels. I mean, I just keep it simple. Just record content and talk to people in the threads. So no. Oh, potatoes? Well, there's many, many types. And if you're not allergic to nightshades, they're pretty awesome food if they're not contaminated. Sure, Justice. Or Justice Pseudonym. Justice Pseudonym. Nice. Yeah, give me a bunch of words from your dream. Let's see if I can pop out a few more. The last one went really clear, so let's see if I can get a few more. My favorite color? Green overall. The spectrums and shades of green. I'd have to give the gold medal to green. I like a lot of colors, but I guess I got to choose green for number one. And I was born on St. Patrick's Day, so that's not why it's my favorite color either, but maybe it means something. Green beer? Not for me. I've had to put the bottle down, push it away. I can't even explain to you how I learned to interpret dreams this way. That would be too hard to explain. It would take too long. And it's not what you think, and it's not the way other people interpret them. People trying to kill you? That's just basic. That's just a basic anxiety dream. But if you're running from them a lot, trying to escape in the dream, try to figure out what it is in your own life. And it's not somebody trying to kill you, but try to figure out what it is you're running from. What theme in your life do you not know how to resolve? So you're always trying to distract yourself from it because it causes you great anxiety. There will be a connection there. Watching enough. It turned into dust really freaked me out. I'm not sure about that fly on the wall dream. I'm really not. That might just be a nicotine dream, my friend. It's not very clear to me any symbols there. Sometimes a substance will just induce a dream by its own nature, and then you're kind of experiencing some of the personality of the substance itself mixed with your own, so it's not that accurate anymore. Oh my gosh, these are coming too fast now. Room, I looked down before going around. 2 small snakes, and I barely noticed them. I was in a group of people and went to look. That's while they looked at the room. Do you remember what part of the house those snakes were closest to or touching? Wait, are you telling me you dreamed the snakes bit you? Hold on, now I'm getting confused. Too many conversations. Yeah, I looked down for I saw 2 small snakes, barely noticed them. Calf started getting flame swollen. My father showed up with a tourniquet, stopped the poison circulating. Parking lot to drive me to the hospital. I don't know where this was. For some reason, there were so many trucks parked around the place, making it very hard to back out. I also had a feeling that normally there were never trucks there, and I wake up. Interesting. I see a couple things. One, there's a health challenge that your own body is dealing with right now. And 2, through this health challenge, you actually have an opportunity to discover a healing gift that you actually intended to use in this world. An actual, bona fide, authentic calling as some kind of a spiritual healer. Okay? So whatever you end up wrestling with as a health challenge, don't fear it. See it as your training. See it as your activation. See it as a wake up for something that you're meant to discover about yourself. I can see that from what you just gave me. Oh, a large one from the room. Do you know which room of the house that was that the large snake came from? Like, was it a specific room, a bedroom, a kitchen, a bathroom, a living room? Do you have a name for what that room was? Shifu, you were bonding with your own physical self in that dream. That animal represents the animal part of you, the physical part. And it's a healing dream where you're developing a better relationship with your own physical form. That's what that was. You were rich in real life. In real life, there's no such thing. Okay. Then the coin, I found it was a Belgian dollar, which was valued for hundreds and thousands. Friend, I missed part of that. What color was the coin? Was it gold or was it silver? More in color. Just a pseudonym. What color was that coin? Silver. Okay. You are meant to use some kind of an intuitive gift in this life. I can't define it from just that, but there's a possibility for you to use some kind of spiritual gift that involves your intuition. Maybe you've noticed some phenomenons in your life. Start paying closer attention and learn to differentiate when your intuition is telling you something versus, say, the ego mind. And when you learn that differentiation, you'll be able to actually trust your intuition, because you do have some kind of a psychic or intuitive type of a gift you're meant to use in this life. Let's see. I'm glad you know that, Shifu. You felt it. That was a positive dream. You're bonding with your physical self, which is hard in this world. You know, people make so many weird issues. Oh, you're not the right color. You're not the right hair type. You're not the right height. Everybody's not the right something, you know? So to bond with your physical form, since you live this life attached to it, it's a healthy thing to do. We shouldn't be hating our bodies or anybody else's. We also shouldn't be letting our bodies be in charge, but we should love it like an animal you really love, you know, and have a good bond with. That's a healing dream. Okay. One lucid dream you had? I'll try, but I can't be sure. Tell me any words, anything you remember from it. Leopards, lions, and bears attack you. Run away or climb a tree. I think that you're running from something about yourself that you judge or don't accept because the world taught you to judge or not accept it. And you're living in your head more and more to hide from some of the other truths about your physical self and your emotional centers. Okay? Try to figure out what that is in your life, if you can. Yeah, I mean, that dream's pretty straightforward, Shifu, you know? And you may be fighting with the male side of yourself because you see certain male aspects that remind you of him sometimes. And you may try to reject or control or throw away or cut off those parts of yourself. But the real goal is to figure out how to use them properly, okay? Rather than have to reject any part of yourself. Oh man, I can't interpret that, Nicholas, because it's a legit lucid dream. It's not the same. It's not the same kind of symbolic language. I wish you could remember what it said. That's amazing, man. But I'd probably mess it up, and I don't want to dilute it. Because if you pray or meditate with the intention of understanding that more, and you keep doing it, it may take years like it has for me with some of mine. Eventually, some things are going to start unlocking to you about, you might even remember what was said, or you might just start to understand what the message was. But that's not something I can interpret for you. Running fast on water, on the sea. Running fast. Tell me this. Radomir. Were you afraid to fall in the water? Did you love the water? Were you trying to avoid falling in the water? How would you feel about the sea? Were there things in there that scared you? How did you feel about the sea you were running over in the dream? What was the feeling like? SPQ, you're describing the school of life. And I can't get the specifics, but something blocked your mental freedom in a sense and well-being that occurred around that age in childhood, wherever you were, whatever age you think you were in that scene in the dream of your childhood. Something around that age you picked up, probably an idea, started to block you off from some of your higher mental gifts to really fly above problems and see everything from a higher point of view. Pure shores. Pure shores. Interesting. Yeah, that one was just a positive reflection on life. Badge. No real theme to work on there. Seems like you were just observing your life in a positive way. I've seen these for years, but I wake up. Okay. Cellulita 5065. It's probably an aspect of yourself you're trying to become aware of that you've kind of repressed in your own subconscious. It's probably part of yourself that you're trying to get to know, that you don't really realize you've detached yourself from. Meditating in the jungle. Flying. Okay, so meditation, SP, you have the potential to do something pretty transcendent with your mind. It's like you're trying to remember how to do something. You're feeling blocked, but there's hope there. And it has something to do with some form of meditation for you, how you're going to discover it again. Next to me who look kind. He told me to start making music. I felt very seen and loved somehow. Yeah, that's what they call a spirit guide badge. It's like an ancestor or someone else assigned to you that's always near you in this life. You'll always feel that kind of supportive love when you encounter one. And they usually tell you or show you something that's like hints and clues that you're supposed to unlock and work with. And if you do, you'll understand deeper meanings of what they were trying to tell or show you, but they never spell it out. They want you to reach for it. They want you to learn to use your heart and intuition to come to understand what they were showing you. So they cause us to grow by giving us the right hints, like an oracle, but not telling us too much. And then you got to figure out what it means as you go through life. But you have to really want to. It's not going to be forced on you. Wow. Shifu, it sounds like you're meant to be involved with others in making discoveries in life. That one's almost pretty straightforward. Yeah. It's kind of about the nature of who you are. Now you're discovering things and you're involved with others discovering things about life. I mean, this is part of that. In a sense, that's happening right now. Peace, bra. That's the aggressive part of yourself that's had to be suppressed in order to survive in society, because we can't all be, rampaging around like King Kong. But it's a valid part of you, and at least you got to experience its strength in an outlet that was positive like that. I've had some similar experiences. That's part of you. There may not be room for much of that activity in society, and that's good. You don't want to go rampage on everybody, but it is a part of you, and it does exist for a reason, and you got to feel its strength, You've had COVID for 3 months? Well, personally, some raw onion juice got me over it in about a day, but you could try raw onion juice, raw garlic juice mixed with food, and lots of organic oregano oil and lots of liposomal vitamin C. If you're not taking those now, I would stack all that up on it. I bet you'll turn the corner. Okay, Bajzin, you're encountering someone who's meant to help you with some sort of a channeling gift. You're actually meant to be a messenger of sorts. Sort of like I'm doing sometimes. People notice and they go, "Where did you learn that?" And I go, "I don't know. I'm cooperating with God. That's where it's coming from." If it was profound, it wasn't even me. Some version of a channeling type of gift those two women are showing you. And the energy you feel from them, that heartfelt energy, is so they can help you mix the mind-based consciousness we've learned in this world with heart center energy, and then your intuition will work, and you get like this perfect figure eight of energy running through your heart and mind. And then you'll be able to pick up and perceive messages from higher consciousness that you're meant to share with somebody to help them. And you'll feel it when it happens, because you'll feel that good feeling in your heart. Like that presence of the female you're describing in the dream, you'll feel that same feeling. Like she's right there with you or even in you when it's happening, okay? Glad we did this, guys. So in the school of life, Nicholas, when angels come your way, you've sensed them, but you don't recognize their energy, so it feels alien. And because of the world you live in and the many fear-based messages of this world, you often will close down your intuition or run from them when you sense their presence, because you don't trust them, because they do feel different than what you're used to. But the truth is, they're actually positive. They just seem like an alien invasion to you. Yeah, but even different individuals have that salita, right? You're dealing with subgroups within subgroups within subgroups of variations of the human theme, but it's all the human theme, you know. It's all part of one larger organism. That's why when humans fight with each other, it's the same as a body that has an autoimmune disease and it's killing itself, because the cartilage doesn't recognize the immune system, and the immune system doesn't recognize the circulatory system, and the nervous system doesn't recognize its own glands, and so they all start hurting each other. Just because something is a different gland in the same body doesn't mean you're not part of the same body, in other words. To uncover your spiritual gifts, man. Yeah, prayer and meditation are definitely part of it. And it's going to sound weird to say this, because I've heard it said about all kinds of stupid worldly things, but at the risk of making myself cringe, it's how much you want it, you know? If a person truly wants to discover authentic spiritual gifts and use them for good in this world more than they want worldly things, they will. But that's challenging, because most of us, we have a variety of wants. Some of them are maybe of a higher nature, some of them are lower nature. But if you really want to enough and you pray and meditate, you'll be shown a pathway. You'll be shown a pathway of learning and unlocking, and you'll discover at least one authentic spiritual gift and learn how to use it in this world. And that's rare, unfortunately. It shouldn't be. Miracles should be everyday normal, and we should all be doing them. I say should, like I have some judgment on the situation. I'm just talking about ideals. That's the world I envision. It keeps me moving towards it, you know. Yeah, it's good that humans are in different lifestyles and different, you know what sucks is when Europeans went around and erased all the records of knowledge of everybody they conquered with all their guns and their diseases and their disease blankets and everything and all their tricks and their agendas, because we all lost. We lost thousands and thousands of years of incredible medicinal understanding from different systems, spiritual understandings, ways to heal things, ways to have great longevity and wisdom. We all lost. When one part of the body kills other parts of the body, we all lose. We're killing ourselves. There's been so much lost that way by the autoimmune disease of humanity. It's beyond absurd. Beyond absurd. Well, if I was going to tell you a zodiac sign, I'd want to tell you more of the whole chart and all the aspects, because that's what really tells the story. For example, I have 6 retrograde planets at birth. That's almost impossible. It's almost unheard of. Makes a whole different kind of person, you know? I don't like to get into the science too much, though, because then we got to get into the arguments or the long discussions about what's more accurate, sidereal or tropical. Because most of your planets are going to be in 2 different signs by those 2 different systems. And I've seen accuracy for different things in both systems. And if you tell somebody, oh, here's my sign, it's like, no, man, nobody's just a sign. You got to look at their whole chart and assess like planetary aspects, strongest planet. For example, people comment all the time on why I'm so authentic. Why are you, so authentic? You're so original. You're so creative. You so do your own thing. Well, my strongest planet is Uranus. I'm not born under its sign per se, although my south node's there and my Mercury retrograde. But anyway, the comments I get from people about what they recognize with me when, say, I'm communicating with the world on a platform like this, they give a lot of feedback on the fact that whether people know that's a planet or anything about astrology, they're commenting on those Uranian aspects. Because I have a very, very strong Uranian energy. And I have some other strong planets too. So when I did astrology readings for people, anybody could tell you your sun sign, and some people don't even recognize it because it doesn't seem like themselves, because it's not one of their stronger aspects, So for me to get into astrology, I have to get into whole charts and even multiple types of charts. And then it gets really complicated and interesting. But then this becomes an astrology channel and the algorithm stops promoting me because it gets confused again. The algorithm is very easily confused from what I've seen. Yeah, other Europeans ruined it for other Europeans. It's true, man. This group did it to that group, and that group did it to that group, and domino effect of loss all over the planet. I don't know. There's people in the Amazon that have never been discovered by modern humans. Thankfully, there's still a few left. But the tribes that have been discovered, now none of the youth want to become medicine men, so that they don't learn the thousands. Like, there are things that the remaining old guys that are medicine men in the Amazon know that have been passed down since like prehistoric times. And it's being lost as they perish now because the youth have moved into society. Ways to use countless hundreds of different plants around you in countless different thousands of ways is being lost, gone. And it would take thousands of years to practice, if the Amazon rainforest even gets to remain at all, to relearn what's being lost. And that's real medicine. And that's what would regenerate a dying planet of people that are ever more diseased from doing everything wrong and going further into deception instead of truth. It's pretty serious, guys. That's putting it way too lightly. To live off your land, you have to have sustainable food, water, and shelter throughout the year, dependably. And, the sense not to get yourself injured in a way you can't get help for, that kind of thing. Yeah, I don't mean all Europeans did that, by the way, guys. There's a bunch of you countries out there in Europe that didn't wipe out anybody's cultural heritage or learning or anything. So I did not mean to lump a whole bunch of countries into a statement. I mean, there's a few specific ones that have really done a lot of harm in recent history. Doesn't mean all the individuals in those countries are guilty of anything either. So I apologize if I left that not worded so well. Yeah, there's merit to cannabis meditation if you have the kind of mind that it helps. Yeah. I mean, that's a productive use for it. Can't tell you how many people I saw, oh, let's smoke pot and then eat junk food and party. And I'm like, how do those things even go together? Like, I don't want to party or do stupid things or eat junk food. If I get any cannabis in me, I start going inward and discovering all these amazing things. And then if anything, I need more stillness and I need to slow down and I need to contemplate some things deeper and realize some things for the better. The last thing I need is junk food and activity and partying. So anyway, I think it pairs well with meditation for those that it does. There's different types of meditations, but I know what you mean. Yeah, I'll do more live streams on the other channel. Don't worry. But I got to build this channel up a little. It's sat around idle for too many years. This channel possibly has a valuable future, so I need to feed it. Human evolution. Let me try that, and then I got to end this. Wow, 5.5 hours. So, how do I view human evolution? No, humans did not come from monkeys or anything like them. Something did happen about 250,000 years ago. There was a sudden and instant change to what a human was then to what a human is now. Now, exactly what a human was before this, I don't know. We see some different bone structures and speculate, but most of that's been covered up and tangled up and misguided anyway, because they're teaching outdated models of how humans came from monkeys, even though it's been disproven, because a bunch of old guys don't want to lose their public favor and their money and their retirement, admit that everything they ever did was wrong. So as usual, the egos of old guys are holding us back. But anyway, humans didn't come from monkeys or anything like that. We have some similar DNA to primates because it gives us useful hands and it gives us the kind of body that's pretty useful as a human to live on this planet with. But something interjected itself way back and completely created a new version of what you're looking at now called a human. And in this thing that we're now calling a human, there are mostly disconnected strands of DNA that they also falsely call junk DNA. Like there's junk in DNA. What it actually is because of the low consciousness level of the things that people have accepted, formed their philosophy of life and based their lives on for many generations. Most of our actual higher potential, and this is different, by the way, this is also proven. This could cause a scandal if it caught on, but there are different amounts of strands of DNA connected in different people. Not all of us have that much junk DNA. A lot of the strands are more connected. And based on what you've done with your consciousness and what decisions you've made and what you've done with this temple you were given, you will have more or less strands of DNA connected. So the potential for a human being is much higher than what you see, to put it very lightly. So to me, true evolution would be to connect all the strands. How can you do that? By fully aligning with the nature of the Creator, with the nature of God. And then you could probably walk on water, raise from the dead, raise other people from the dead, all kinds of neat stuff. Turn one substance into another. Why not? When all the strands of human DNA are humming and communicating and putting off frequencies, it's like an amazing math equation that comes together finally. It can do things it can never do before. That's my view of human evolution. I love you all. I believe in you all. However many DNA strands you currently have connected or don't, I believe in your unlimited potential because you're part of the unlimited one, and you always will be. Now, depending on how hard you fight against that, you might go somewhere very dark and you might spend an eon there. I don't know, but I still believe in you all. So anyway, much love, everybody. I've enjoyed the live stream. I hope you did too. There will be more. Thanks for the good questions. Thanks for your interest. Thanks for communicating with each other, being in support of each other. It's a beautiful thing. It's a wonderful thing. The world needs it. You're being part of the solution. You're being part of the regeneration. Whatever way you can, that's called bearing fruit, baby. That's called bringing light. Part of the regeneration of this creation instead of the destruction of it. Appreciate y'all. Much love over and out for now.